with me up here are Jeff Broadleib, Jane Clare, and Susan Stevenson. Board member John Gregory is not with us tonight for business, but that constitutes a quorum, so motion to open the November 11th meeting of the ARB. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Also joining us, we should have Planning Director Alex Wallach should be with us on Zoom, I believe. We have Alice Cooley, our counsel, Jackie Allen recording, and Sage Certain in the back and doing all our videography. So with that, I think we're ready to go. First things, order of business actions, minutes approval for, first of all, the week of September 5th. Did everyone have a chance to read the minutes?
Yes.
Are there any questions or corrections?
September 5th?
September 25th.
Oh.
So motion to accept the minutes of September 25th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second up is minute approval for the minutes from October 23rd. Did everyone have a chance to read them?
Yep.
Are there any changes or corrections? Okay, so motion to accept the minutes from October 23rd. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, we have written decisions. The first one is for 39 Lewis Street. Do you want to briefly recap for us?
Sure. This was for a certificate of appropriateness to construct exterior alterations to the existing two-story dwelling and an addition to the garage/barn.
Okay, anyone have a chance to read the decision?
Yeah.
Any questions or comments? Okay, motion to accept the written decision for 39 Lewis Street. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Jane? Okay, all opposed? Aye.
Nay.
I'm a nay.
You're opposed?
That was. I am. The second written decision is for 50 Post Crossing. Do you want to recap for us, Alice?
Yes. The owner applied for a certificate of appropriateness to construct exterior alterations to an existing barn to be converted into a pool house.
Did everyone have a chance to read the decision? Any questions or comments? So motion to accept the written decision for 50 Post Crossing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next up is for 70 Great Plains Road, Mimi and Lauren Reisner. Do you want to recap for us, Alice?
Yes. This is for a certificate of appropriateness to construct exterior alterations to an existing two-story dwelling.
Everyone have a chance to read the decision?
Yeah, but on this and the next one, I think I'll abstain if that's proper since I wasn't here for either of those hearings.
That's fine.
That's fine. Okay, motion to accept the written decision for 70 Great Plains Road. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next on the list is Marcia Van Mufflin Crawford at 32 Ox Pasture Road for driveway gates. Did everyone have a chance to read the decision? Any questions or comments? Motion to approve the decision for 32 Ox Pasture Road. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have several, not a lot tonight, but several adjournment requests. So, motion to accept the adjournment request for 300 North Main Street LLC to November 27th. The adjournment request for 242 South Main Street LLC to November 27th. And the motion to adjourn Ronald and Sandy Diamond to December the 11th, 2023, and motion to adjourn John Sedaris and Richard Hansen at 53 Halsey Street to December 11th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, first order of business is signage at 260 Hampton Road for Tight Lines Tackle. We have two, actually, Tight Lines Tackle and Horizon. Are you guys together?
Yes.
Okay, great. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. If you could slide that mic toward you, or
Okay.
you take a seat, your choice,
Okay.
just so everyone can hear it. I appreciate it. Okay,
We are presenting for a wall sign and a directory sign.
great. If you do me a favor and turn them toward us, that would be great. That way the camera can put them up for us.
Originally, we proposed to put them up on the roof here, which isn't really a roof, but there's a conflict in the code. So we've dropped them down to here, below the roof line, and
Can he get
Sage,
this?
can we get that on camera? Ah, there we are. Thank you.
right, so originally it was gonna be up on top of the roof, and now it's been moved down below the roof. Above each window, we plan to put signs.
How much clearance is there from the bottom of the sign to the street?
Bottom, quite a bit.
Quite a bit being
This is
eight-
actually about 36 inches here overall, above the window, so if it's probably similar to that, and the windows, I think, were.
And it's higher than door height.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't we look at it together? And can you also go over the signage plan for the street sign? Because they sort of work in tandem.
Right, we're just trying to keep the lettering the same font, same height, almost. It's very similar, but trying to keep the same font, so it's kind of uniform signage. So the plaques our gray plaques would be removable if there's a new tenant going in with the same color, same black, you know, and the black, be a black background around the edge of it, and the removable plaques on both sides.
Are you rebuilding that, or is that as currently existing?
It's currently existing.
Okay.
There's no signs on it, there's just white crossbars.
Right. Right now, there's a white crossbar at the bottom of it, right?
It's behind the sign,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Okay.
you can't see it.
Board members.
Okay, oh, is John not here tonight?
He's not here.
John's not with us tonight.
Okay.
He's in Europe.
All right. So John and I are on the sign committee, and this is a situation that it's looking at one tenant. It's a multi-tenant building.
Three tenants.
There was much work done to preserve the barn-like image and look of the structure.
Okay.
So that leads me to want to see a comprehensive plan such that if you're using a certain font, as you were saying here, and a certain coloring, that it would be consistent with the two future tenants. So what I'd like to see is actually the building owner coming to us with a plan that has, for each of the tenants, a perspective. If there are three tenants, then three signs, what font would be applied, what coloring would be applied, and the same would be true for the street sign. Because otherwise, I fear that there's going to be a cockabally of signs, of different fonts, different colors, different styles of lettering, and it's going to detract from all that work that went towards trying to preserve the look of this building.
But I thought that's what you just said, was that it would be consistent. Is that true?
No, it's consistent on the directory,
Oh,
but
but
not on the
not on
building.
the-
They each want
okay,
their own identity.
sorry,
They have a
misunderstood.
tackle guy, a dentist, and a roofer, or a contractor. So they'd like to have their own identities that way. What we could do is keep the font similar to the directory, if you would agree that you like that font, and I could resubmit using that same font for all three of the businesses coming in there.
Well, isn't the actual sign a different font from what you've got up there? On
No, I'm
the
saying
directory?
take the font off the directory, put it on the
On the
tight
three
lines.
signs.
Oh, that's
But
what
if I could get preliminary approval on using this font, black letters on the white background, the guy needs to get signage.
Yeah.
And he's
Yeah.
been there a while, and we keeps getting kicked back.
Yeah.
Um, So we're just trying to
I
keep
don't,
him in business.
Well, you know what would be really helpful to see, actually?
Mhm.
Because I'm sorry, are you the tackle owner or the building owner?
no,
I'm
she's
the,
the sign.
sign.
You're the signage
This is
person.
the
Okay,
signage
so
guy.
what I'd be happy to see is the entire facade of the building
Mhm.
with where three signs would be located, because you've got three doors and three prospective tenants, correct?
Okay.
So we could see in totality what the building looked like with three signs on it. It feels like if you could even out and use the font, yeah, but I'll ask you guys how you feel about the font
I
On
don't
the
love
directory.
it.
on the directory.
On the directory.
Oh,
The directory
I
font.
actually can't see it well enough from,
Can I?
Of course.
who chose the font? You?
Can you
Yeah.
please lower your microphone? Thanks.
The owner of the building.
Uh-huh.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I actually don't like that it's two lines on the sign and then just one line on the signage. I
The
know
problem is
I
that
understand, it's a
Your lettering
problem.
would be about this big on
Yeah.
Yeah, I
a
understand
sign
that.
that long with tight lines,
You
tackle.
like the font?
And
Well, if
the actual lettering material is what? Are these? What's the material?
It's PVC.
Okay.
Is it glossy or matte?
It can be either way.
Okay.
The building's made out of PVC and James
Yeah.
Hardie plank,
Yeah.
so it's all composite as it is.
Yeah, font's a matter of taste, and the fact that it's clean and readable, legible, I should say, and readable, I guess. I'm okay with the font and the size, and just a matte finish.
Mm-hmm.
Susan, thoughts?
I don't like the font, but I don't, I'm gonna be outvoted on it, so. I don't like how it works out with the one, the horizon looks like this, it's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what I would actually say if I realize they're different lengths, but if all three fonts could be the same type weight, because
On the directory.
And
your
size.
horizon,
On the directory.
your
Yeah.
horizon's bigger than
Right.
the
Yes,
the,
and
the
that's
font
not-
size and your
He's also
Ryan and
the owner
type.
of the building, so
Well,
it's.
I don't care
Well,
what, yeah.
but if they could all be consistent, and then show us the front of the
Yeah.
building with the three signs
That
on it,
doesn't look right to me.
then I think,
Is
because
there
if
any
they'll
way
be
to do this
even.
administratively instead of
No.
coming back again?
Well, on this one, could we not, if she,
Well, we
if
want to
Stacy
see them
agrees
both.
to-
We want
okay.
to see them both together. But at this point,
I don't feel, yeah, I think we have to see it, because that's already not okay.
what I would say is submit it to the
Mhm.
sign committee,
Okay.
Yeah,
and then we'll look at it, and then and the committee will decide whether it comes back to the full board, which I think it may. Alex, what's the ruling now on this?
If the subcommittee is able to approve it unanimously, then they can sign the permit in our office, and then that would be the end of it. If there was questions or further clarification or information needed, it would have to come back to the full board.
Right. So I think, as being one of the two members of the
You've got
sign
50%
committee,
of the sign committee here.
that it would be a lot easier to get the street sign done right away, and the building signs you're going to have to come back with a rendering.
Okay.
Well, you're
Yeah,
gonna,
or
yeah, well, you're going to want to see both anyway, because they're going to
Yeah.
have to redo this. So what I would say is redo the sign with the balance type.
Okay.
Show us the entire building, bring it back to the sign committee,
Okay.
they'll take a look at it, and then
So
we'll see
this-
from there.
the size of the font.
Oh, I understand.
Oh, okay, I'm just
Yes.
want it on the
Yes.
record. Would be consistent on all three lines, is that correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Right,
It
I'm
It
sorry.
won't be that way on the building signs, but it will be that way on the directory.
Yeah.
how do you know?
Well,
Well, because you're gonna need, if you have one word on the sign.
Yeah.
It's gonna be bigger than having two lines of text on the signs,
Mm.
you know, so.
Well, we have to, we have-
On
lay
the
it out as you'd like us
Yes,
to see it,
okay.
and then bring it in, and we'll react as, we try to move fast for our businesses, so we'll send it to the sign committee and we'll see where we go from there,
Okay.
but we'll
Is
see,
the
we'll
tax
see what we
shop
can
in
do.
already?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
been there
Yeah.
for a while.
Yeah. He had a nice
Nobody
article in the
knows he's
paper.
there,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, okay,
All
Right,
right.
so that would be my
okay.
Yeah,
suggestion.
the only other thing I might add, too, is that a single color, rather than the red, white, and blue,
Yeah, that's, okay.
would be a smarter
But
look.
you also wanted to be consistent across all.
Right,
three
so if
signs.
all of them
Right,
happen to be black and black on white, that would be very consistent,
Right,
that'd be good.
right? I see some nods there from
Okay.
the peanut gallery.
all right,
Okay,
terrific.
great. Do we have any comments from the public? All right. So would you like us to adjourn this so you can
Yes.
put the materials in?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be great. So I move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 260 Hampton Road
Okay,
for two
great.
signs. Is there a second?
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
As
you.
as fast as you can, the committee will try to react
Okay,
as quickly as they can.
Committee, I'm looking for,
Are they able to do a temporary sign or not?
yeah, I guess they
There is a
could.
temporary sign up there
Oh,
now,
there
I
is,
believe.
yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, so that brings us to, we don't have public landmark designation, I don't have demo eval. That brings us up to our first carryover matter, which is 840 Meadow Lane for construction of, which is now, I believe, 2 detached accessory garages.
Good evening. It's, John Bennett is my name from Bennett and Reed, and Colin Bertram from my office is with me. Hopefully, Peter Marino is available on Zoom. And it will be a quick request from the day. Or a holdover, I should say.
He's pretty good, he's probably there.
Yeah. Oh, great. So while we're waiting for Peter to come in, well, let me wait until he gets in. Just want to have a couple of prefatory notes before Peter, I'm just going to make a couple of prefatory notes, and then I'll ask you to,
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
perfect.
Okay.
Peter?
But can you see me?
That too.
Yeah.
So John Bennett and Colin Bertram from my office, and Peter Marino was with us on Zoom. When we were last here, Mr. Marino presented the revised plan. We originally started with the proposed construction of 3 detached garages, but we have amended the plan for 2 proposed detached garages. In addition, we presented the plan for 2 driveway gates. Now, this is a property which is, as the board is all aware, our client engaged with Mr. Marino's in wonderful help in what I can only call it true labor of love to preserve the main house here, which is just a sort of an iconic a foundation in many ways of the Village Beach Historic District. So we've tried to make this application for garages consistent with that. I think the board had requested an opportunity for a site visit, which I think were held last Thursday and Friday. But before I introduce Peter, just very quick notes. I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay. The stone columns of the driveway entrance with lights are existing. The proposed gates meet all transparency requirements. There are existing call boxes, but they're proposing to have call boxes at both entrances concealed with wrought iron. The garages are constructed in conforming location, consistent roof tiles with the main residence, and simulated stone exterior siding. Mr. Marino is here, of course, who's been wonderful help in maintaining the historic integrity of the main house, and I think you'll hopefully find that these relatively small accessory additions on this large parcel conform with that. Peter, anything you wanted to add, or?
Good afternoon. No, I think it's clear, and I believe that 2 or 3 members visited on Thursday. I hadn't heard. Is that true?
That is true.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I look forward to your comments.
Actually, all 4 of us. 3 of us went on Thursday, 1 went on Friday.
Okay. Okay. So you saw the existing stone, which was very, very, very wide apart, and it's too wide to have security gates. So we're proposing identical posts further in, not all in a row, which we think would be rather foreboding. And the gates are basically designed on the Queen Anne style of the verticals in the upper stucco part of the house. And then we've reduced the garage requests considerably to have 1 duplicate of the square garage, which exists, and then a triple garage next to it. Hopefully, we put landscaping, as you see, a large island in the middle, and we tilted the road so you could never really, with a straight shot or angle shot, ever see either of these 2 buildings. It would be visibly impossible. That's why we've S-curved the road and come to a planted island in the center.
For clarity purposes, because I know there was it seemed like the board members had a question. I believe when Peter refers to one of them as a triple garage, it's 3 bays.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
We're still with 2 garages.
Yes, sir. A single and then the little triple door one. We have an elevation that was submitted to you.
Yes, you do.
Here we are.
Okay. Yes, we have it.
Very
And
understanding.
that elevation is based on, actually, it's a 4-door garage, based on the existing 4-door garage, which is currently attached to the house, whose doors will be the same as those doors. So hopefully this will all look like it was there originally.
Okay. Board members. Why don't we do this in 2 phases? Do we want to start with the gate and talk about the gate and then talk about the garages? Or do you want to talk about them together?
You're the chair.
Okay, let's start. Let's just ask them. Let's start with the gates. Does anyone have comments on the gates?
And the dark area is the space.
I can't, there's so many pieces. Okay, I did look at them. That's
Can you see them, Susan? You have them?
somewhere.
The sliding again is, the slats of the poles are, what's the width of those?
John,
I
can
guess
you
the
put it up for
question,
people?
the simple question, Peter, is when we look at, when we look at the, when we look at the pickets on the gates, is the shaded area the picket, or is the shaded area the light?
The shaded area is the void.
Thank you.
Apparently, the town
Yeah.
requires 40%
We do.
of the gate to be voided.
Right.
The shaded area is the void.
Correct. Okay. I would say from my perspective, I think the gates match the architecture of the house, and there are several driveways to this house. And I think they're consistent with the architecture of the house. And the gates are swinging, and the call box that's there, is that a new call box or was that a replacement call box?
It will be new because it's 45 years old, but we're covering it in a black wrought iron to match the railings of the house.
Okay.
We have 4 little posts, and it'll be, if you see, there's a little sketch on the upper thing of 30003. It's black and steel, and it has wrought iron verticals which will match our handrails. And so we thought that might look much more like the original Wilson Peabody aesthetic.
So the call box, the new call box that there is now is being replaced?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, because we need a new one, it doesn't work.
No, there's a brand new one.
There's a new one there.
They may be ahead of you. When we pulled up, there's a brand new one there.
Well, probably because the old one didn't work, I was unaware of it.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
Okay.
in as much as we've had lesser properties with call boxes either in the columns themselves, I don't quite understand why we wouldn't do that here.
Because the original
with-
columns are so far apart, you can't have a pair of gates. So you can't have a call box in the original column.
Well,
You would have to get out and walk 6 feet over to ring a bell.
It's not a gooseneck, thank goodness.
Nope.
Huge
See,
problem.
the original stone gates are too far apart to have a pair of gates. I
So
mean, I'm
this-
not adding the stone posts because I want to. It's the practicality of gates that will function.
Too large of a span.
So where
Yeah.
are those little black things located on this map?
Yes, if you look at drawing
Here?
AG03.
Yes, I'm looking at it, sir. I'm asking for your help.
so,
It says screen access, Susan, in front of the.
Was
I
that?
think it's pointing to
okay.
it.
Yep.
And the picture of the screen is over here, cut completely diagonally on this thing.
Peter?
Right here, I can,
Oh, yes,
Okay.
exactly. I'm sorry, Susan, yeah. But, so it's not one of those, ostentatious, goosenecks. It's within the column.
but it's just a column to hold
Excuse me?
it's just a column to hold
Yes.
the call box, correct?
Correct, Peter? It's that.
Yes,
The
yes,
posts are
yes.
too far apart, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Jane?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. I think the gates meet the transparency code. The height is appropriate to the gigantic size of this property. Normally, call boxes is not something we appreciate, but there was one that was there already that was recently upgraded and apparently may be upgraded again. So that's how I feel about the gates.
I think that if there's a temporary call box, I don't think it's gonna last construction with the,
Oh.
with the concrete machine. I think it's gonna be blown out the first truck that moves in.
Well,
Yeah.
it would have to be.
I don't know, it's awfully
It would
nice
have
one.
to be in conformance with this,
Yeah.
obviously.
Okay. So that's the gate. Now let's talk about the garages. Garages. Who wants to start?
well, I'll start. So, walking the property is a wonderful experience. It takes you back to the 1920s when this house was first built. And what's also wonderful and admirable is the work being done by you, Peter, to restore the house. And it's with that in mind that I find the addition of the garages and the location that they're in, and with all due respect, I disagree that they will not be visible from the street. They will be visible from the street. That when you go through that driveway, you walk down, you drive through, if you're driving, this beautiful curving driveway that blends into the dune, that opens up into this 1920 vintage house. Then, to the west of it, there's a courtyard that again is reminiscent of the 1920s, with 6 closed garages and a courtyard that's beautiful, that can handle at least a dozen cars. So there's more than ample space.
How do you get a dozen cars, sir?
Well, 10. I'll give you 10, but you can surely fit in 10 cars.
Which wouldn't conform with the.
But anyway,
No, you don't get 10,
okay.
sir, and it's a crucial item.
Okay,
Why don't we get all, let's get all the comments
let,
here.
let me finish.
Let's get
It's
all
a
the
rather expansive courtyard, and
Peter, just let the board member comment. Thank you.
and I do have pictures which I'm technologically challenged to forward, but it's a beautiful courtyard. And if we had a schematic site plan, you'd see the expanse of it, and we can debate whether it could handle a half a dozen cars or a dozen cars. But the fact is that there's a accommodation for storage, there's accommodation for garages. It fits well and with the original design, and you are making all this effort to honor that original design and to then, whether by the client's wishes, to then destroy or otherwise convert those garages, existing garages, to personal usable space, and then put upon the community the addition of seeing garages, contemporary garages. I think it's disharmonious, and it detracts from what otherwise is a wonderful property and a wonderful piece of work. So I cannot accept that, and this is a matter of where potentially a client's personal interest to create living space is forcing upon the community, takes away from a very historic property.
I have to comment.
All board members.
All board members first,
All
because I
board
have a
members.
very pointed response.
I'm sure.
I'm sure you do.
So I was actually surprised on the site visit at how close the garages are to the street. And and if you actually look from the street, you can see the silhouette of the house, which is pretty magical. But if you build those garages, you won't be able to see anything except garages. And I agree with my colleague, Jeff Broadley. I think that there's an obligation in terms of historic preservation for the community not to block views of historic sites, and this is one of them. And so I could not vote for these garages either. And you do have garages, you're just converting, I mean, you're gonna have to rework it from my perspective. I don't think that you can put them there.
Jane?
And you can also see from the back, the other driveway, the service drive, you can see the silhouette of the house. It's kind of great.
We're talking about jurisdiction here, but anyway.
Jane?
Well, we
no,
are,
let's-
it's historic. The
Jane?
state, I'm not gonna
I
argue
was
with
just
you.
waiting for
Fine, I'm finished.
Okay. Thank you for letting us have the site visit. It was very enlightening, and yes, it's a gorgeous house, and what you're doing for the renovation of the house is really admirable, because you're
Jane, to your microphone for me.
you are keeping it and honoring the historical aspects. What I was most upset about was that I was told that the first garage that you had mocked up would be in that same location, and then the next garage would be on top of a dune, which was behind that. And I thought that excavating that dune really was not environmentally sound.
With all due respect, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no dune. Look at this
Well, it's
drawing.
well outside
Look
the dune.
at the black and white drawing. What are you talking about? Excavating a dune?
Peter,
Okay,
we're
let's
sorry.
try to stay respectful,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, we're- Peter,
I am.
I'm not
Hang
gonna.
on.
I'm
That
not-
was not
I'm
respectful,
not gonna
Okay,
listen
so
to
let's,
this,
let's,
okay?
you don't have all,
Let's
just,
let's
hang on, let's
stop
get
it.
all the board
Peter,
comments.
We're gonna
Peter,
close it
Peter,
down.
the procedure is, if I may,
Mike.
you have to let the board members opine first, and
Mike.
then we can,
Mike,
and then we can, and then we can respond, because otherwise, that's pretty basic
Yeah.
rules of order. I'm just trying to tell you
Yeah.
how it works.
Okay.
I'm on your side, but
Jay?
I'm trying to tell you how
Well,
it works.
basically what I want to say is, I don't know what height we consider a dune, but it looked like it was at least 5 feet to me in some areas where it was going up, and it had a lot of shrubbery on it already. It was not a clear, straight, flat area where the garage is going. It's a well-terrained, sandy, dune-like,
Mound.
thank you. And that's the part that upset me. And yes, I do agree that we're blocking a beautiful home and that it's probably not the best place to put those garages.
here's where I come out on the whole thing. When the, I don't object to having garage structures on the property, but in the original intent of the house, there is a parking court. And that parking court had a 4-car garage. The intent was people arriving by car, not guests, but people in the house, would come through the other driveway, go into the parking court, and in fact, there's another 2-car garage there. I think the location for the garages off the service driveway would be more in keeping with the intent, because when you drive down, when we drove down Meadow, we drove both ways, the things that we saw were with the top of the 2-car garage, and the 3-car garage is going to be not probably 2 or 3 feet, maybe not much more than that higher, but they still block the view that you see of the top of this beautiful house and the vista that it comes in. And it just feels like in this location that they're not honoring the original intent of the arrival in the courtyard and the way the house was originally designed.
If I may just respond to some land use strictures and a couple of thoughts about jurisdiction, and hopefully will help the board in terms of the parameters here.
Mike,
Just want to point out a couple of things.
John, Mike,
Oh,
so the public
sorry.
needs to hear you.
The, in terms of location, what I'm pointing to here,
We
90,
I think the people in the audience need to see that too.
okay, well, where would you like me to put them?
Can you get that,
He's just getting
please?
it.
I can't see the
What-
camera picking it up.
we
Good, just hang
we
on.
can't control it, so. They're gonna,
Okay, what I'm pointing to, this dotted red
Oh, there you
line,
go.
over
You-
there,
can you see it?
Yep.
over there.
Okay, the dotted
Okay.
red line is the coastal erosion hazard area. Nothing can go seaward of that.
Right.
And here's the dune crest setback. So in terms of any sort of regulated dune, what these lines do are two things. The dune crest setback is probably 90 feet seaward of the house. That's where it stops. The dune crest is way out there. The coastal erosion hazard area is also 90% of the house is seaward of it. But the important thing for in terms of the location of these structures is that they're not at all in any regulated dune area. As a matter of fact, they are. There are 2 dune setbacks. One is the crest of dune setback, which is way out here, and the coastal erosion hazard area, which is this dotted red line. So we're about 100 feet north of the coastal erosion hazard area. So there's absolutely no regulated dune area, number one. Number two, these garages are in a conforming location. As a matter of fact, the required setback is 90 feet. We're at 150, which is almost double the setback. And they have to go to the west of the property line, because Shinnecock Road, which is on the easterly boundary of the parcel, despite the fact that it's not open, meets the definition of a road under the village code. So even though it's not open, I think there might be some discussion about it being open for pedestrian access, but it's not. Even though it's not open, it is a road. So we cannot. This is not a side yard. This is not a side yard. This is a front yard, which is why they have to be over 90 feet over from the easterly boundary. We would have loved to have tucked them in here, but we can't do that because that's a front yard. And there was some, originally the architect designed them over there, and then unfortunately the zoning lawyer has to tell people, no, you can't put it over there because that location wouldn't conform. But what I hear, which candidly makes me a little bit nervous, is these are in a conforming area. And I think you can tell me, where you can give me some fairly strong guidance on making changes to existing historic structures. You can tell me you want to see the roof line modulated. If I want to put an addition on, you can tell me, look, I don't want it to be a two-story addition. I don't want it to overpower the house. It's got to be subservient to the house. But I think you want to talk to your counsel as to whether or not here, but it's the kind of advice you should hear, in camera, whether or not when I'm before you with, I think you can tell me you have an enormous, particularly in the historic district, discretion over the architecture, but for a new two low-lying meeting the height requirement accessory structures, having nothing to do with the existing contributing structure on the house, I'm scratching my head as how you can talk to me about anything other than the architecture. And of course, I'm glad to hear about any comments you have on the architecture, but I just don't know that you can
I believe we can.
Okay,
You're in a
well,
historic
you probably
district.
wanna talk-
You're in the
There's
historic
nothing that gives
district.
you- there's
We
nothing
have
that especially
guidelines that tell us not to block sightlines from historic houses. We feel that's doing that. We feel there might be options that are more harmonious with the street aspect of this house, and I believe we do have
Yeah,
jurisdiction.
I don't think, there's nothing that specifically gives you site plan authority that broad on even in the
The
historic district.
state gives historic preservation
Yeah, but your code doesn't.
rules.
Alice,
Well,
do you have a comment?
You'd probably want to have that discussion. in camera, so.
I think John is giving us advice to take into council
Okay.
outside the meeting.
I'm happy to talk to you outside of the meeting. I'm happy to talk to you now.
What do you want to do?
We'll talk to you outside the meeting.
Okay.
I would just like to reiterate that blocking the view of an important historic building, which it is not acceptable in historic preservation principles for the state. The first thing they tell you is, don't put up big trees, don't put something in front of it. And I agree with that. Otherwise, we could just make every single historic building in the village, no one could see them.
No, I understand.
And for instance, like the latch, this
Terry Cottage.
Terry Cottage, they wanted to put big trees in front of it. And they are enjoined from doing that. That was the rules. That was what was based on. You don't, and there was this other thing, 765 Hill, were you involved in that, Mr. Platt, and moving the?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yes, you had to be able to see it.
Yeah.
So, it's not a new
Yeah,
concept to
different-
me, that's
different.
all. And I actually do agree with it, because I think Southampton is an historic village recognized by the state, and therefore we have a certain obligation to maintain the historic properties and the ability of those who want to see them to look at them.
Yeah, I understand, but which is why my client has dedicated a king's ransom to beautifully preserving this piece of property. It took a long time. I probably had 10 people ask me my advice on purchasing this property, and I told them all.
And-
it's a
And they're
very,
doing a
very-
really
it's a
admirable job
deep-
at
I mean,
at
it's
preserving
a
this property. The
bottomless pit.
question is this the right location for these structures?
Okay, well,
And do we feel that how these structures appear from the street are correct
okay.
when we look at the historic aspect of the house and what has been the streetscape on Meadow Lane for this house since 1926?
And the other thing that you have to be aware of is, for some strange reason, in what I would call their not so infinite wisdom, the trustees of the village have decided that other than applications such as this application, which is grandfathered, you can't, as a matter of right, have an accessory structure in the front yard. So,
Without requiring a variance now.
Yeah.
So it's not that you couldn't, it's
Right.
just
You
by
have a
code now.
Dysfunctional zoning board of appeals.
Well, let's not go into that, but the
Well,
truth,
you do.
it's not
So I'm-
that you can't,
yeah.
is that would be
Just
more
not what
processing.
we're talking about.
Well,
But
but
okay.
it is. It
Okay.
is in effect.
Mark,
So-
Mark, have
Come on.
we had Zach weigh in on the garages?
No.
Zach?
May-
No, we haven't had Zach. weigh in on the
Maybe
garages.
that makes sense.
I'm sorry, Alice.
Zach
historic
hasn't looked
Okay.
at the garages, I don't
Okay.
think.
Okay, we can do that.
So, talk to Alice.
I'll talk to Alice, we'll talk to Zach.
I'll talk to,
I think you've heard sort of a
Talk-
unanimous
yeah.
opinion of the board that where they're currently located and how they affect the streetscape, we're not finding
I have to ask you
appropriate.
this question then, and given the fact that you don't like them there, I do not wanna hear, it's not up to us, you to tell us where you want them. It's not up to you to tell us where they should be, but you've gotta give me some guidance, if I'm willing to consider the fact that there is not a jurisdictional barrier to what you're saying. So where would you like them?
I don't think that we actually have to do that.
I don't think,
I think we should talk to Zach. I
yes,
really do.
I think the
Yeah.
next
I think
steps,
that
I think the
might
next
make a
steps
lot
is we're
of
gonna talk to
sense.
Zach,
Okay,
we'll talk to Alice
okay,
about the garages.
okay.
And I think, do we have
May
any
I
other comments
request-
we'd like to make about the gates too? Let's just get all this on the table. Is there any
Yeah.
other
No,
other
the-
comments?
no, the
I
gates
think
are
the
fine.
gates are fine.
Peter has
Okay,
some comments, if I may. Peter has some comments.
okay, Peter?
Why don't we just, at this meeting, approve the gates so one part of it's over, and not approve the garages at this point?
I think that's why.
I'm fine with that.
Okay,
I can do
Okay.
that.
all right,
Yeah.
so we can break them out?
Yeah.
Okay. Council agrees with you. All right,
But there's
It's a
still,
written decision.
there's a very important reason why
You want the gates?
I need this application to be, for the garages to be a live application.
Mhm.
You know why?
It will be.
Okay, great,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you.
okay, so I'm going to move to written decision approval for the gates at 840 Meadow Lane as presented on drawings dated October 16th. We are specifically not approving the garages, we were specifically approving the gates as on page AG003.
That's just about the gates that she.
Yes. For drawings dated October 16th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And thank you for that
Okay.
accommodation.
Okay, of
And
course.
then-
And that leaves it live, so.
Can you make a motion to adjourn the application for the
Okay, and I move
garages?
that we adjourn 840 Meadow for consideration of the garages and garage location. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then.
Until November 27th would be the next meeting.
So we meet again.
Okay? Thank you.
See you in a bit.
All right.
Okay, next up, we have 2 Meadow Lane. Great. Hello. Could you introduce
evening,
yourself,
Mr. Chairman.
again, please?
My name is Denise Shern, and I'm an attorney for the applicant at the Adam Miller Group. Here tonight with attorney Haley Willis and Sawyer Burson, the architects for the applicant as well. As you may recall, we were before the board at the last meeting. I know that there were 2 of you who may have been absent at the last meeting, so I'm gonna have to rely on you to tell me how much you need to know, like how much summary information you want from at least the architects about the project to get the other 2 members up to speed. Okay,
For me, I'm okay if you proceed.
okay,
Yeah.
great.
Because we have
Yeah,
the
one of-
minutes
one of-
and the
one of our
video, yeah.
responsibilities is to read through all the material, and
Yeah.
Very
we've done
good.
that, so.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so then we're here tonight before you to present to you our revised plans. We were very grateful for the board's input at the last meeting. I felt like the board was very frank and honest with us about your desires, hopes, concerns for the property. The applicant took those concerns very seriously, sat down with the architect, and has come back to you with a new proposal that the architects will run you through. I just want to go through a few sort of housekeeping items. At the last meeting, there was a question about the front yard setback and whether the front yard setback was accurately depicted by the surveyor. We were able to confirm from the building inspector that it was done correctly, and that's in your record. There was also a question about whether the pool house was historic. We found documentation indicating that the pool house was built in 1980, and I know that Mr. Studenroth also filled out his report stating that it wasn't historic as well. You also asked about the lighting on the property. There were a lot of concerns about the property being overly lit, too bright, too many lights, too many fixtures that weren't simply for safety, but for aesthetic purposes.
I'm sorry, can you pull the mic a little closer?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
So
I'm getting a signal.
No problem. So what the architects or the lighting experts did was they revised the lighting plan. They reduced the fixtures by 50%. So 36 of the exterior fixtures were removed. They also reduced the lumen output by 8,900 lumens. So that's a 57% reduction from what we saw at the last meeting. 25% of that lighting will be on motion control detection. 75% of it will be on a timer. And the max output between April 1st and August 1st will be 35% in conjunction with our village's primary nesting season for the birds. We also asked a local expert, Susan Harder, who has been working with all of our local communities on putting together local legislation regarding dark skies. She probably doesn't need an introduction. I'm sure you've read about her in the paper or at least heard about her in the past. She's very committed to it, and we asked her to review our plans to make sure that we were completely dark sky compliant. And she submitted a letter to the file saying that she thought that the plan was an ideal use of outdoor lighting, and that she thought it was also would be a model for future development along Meadow Lane. So we're happy to hear that the changes that we made were consistent with what Susan felt would be a good dark sky compliant project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Susan Harder is really in it.
Yes, she is. She's with me in the audience, and she's happy to answer any questions the board has. Also, at the last meeting, there was a question about, let's see, actually, I might have gotten all of them. Oh, the window on the beach-facing side of the house. There was concern about it being possibly looking too modern. Also, there was concern about how much light trespass would occur as a result of that window. So they reduced the size of the window by 7.5%, and they changed the design of it so that, to me, as a non-expert, it definitely looks more traditional and in harmony with the other glass features on the ocean side of the house. But I'll let the board take a look and make a determination for yourself. But I think they did a good job addressing that concern of the boards as well. Lot coverage, building coverage, gross floor area, all has been reduced. Not the gross floor area was reduced by 709 square feet, and our lot coverage and building coverage was reduced by approximately 300 square feet. But the architects will get into that a bit more and show you where those numbers come from, like what was removed from the building, so that you can see where it was taken out of the building. So in short, the applicant appreciates all of the board's comments, has worked hard over the last couple of weeks to incorporate those comments into the project. I think you'll be happy with what you see. I hope so. If not, please let us know.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Just two things for the public and for the record. The two comments that were asked about the review of the setbacks, the front yard setback and the side yard setbacks. We do now have a letter in the file from the building inspector approving those, and we do have a report in the file from our historic consultant as to the pool house that was in question, because we felt on important properties, well, not all properties, but on our big important properties, we always want to know all the history of something before we allow something in the historic district to be removed. So that's why
Which
we did
made
it, which we
perfect-
appreciate.
Perfect sense.
Okay.
And I also just anecdotally, we found a book that had a picture of the Ark, which is the original house that was on the property. And I thought I would, if anyone wants to see it, it's here. There's no article about it,
Yeah.
but it's just an image of it on the front, and it's
Pretty big.
pretty amazing. What was there before?
It was amazing.
It was a big fire.
It was a huge
Oh, yeah.
fire. I was
All right.
a huge fire.
Okay, so I'm going to move us along.
So absolutely, I'll step down and let the architects come up.
That'd be great. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for your patience.
Of course. Evening, hello.
Hello again.
I tell you what, see the mic that's sitting over there on top of that podium? Bring that over.
Can
Yeah,
I?
yes, I believe we put, did we put some line in there so we can have two in front of you just to make sure everybody can hear it? Because we have three of you. to
Even
make
better.
sure everyone
Thank
can
you.
hear everything.
I'm Brian Sawyer. It's my
I
partner.
try to watch some of the other town meetings and I can't hear it. It drives me nuts.
I'm Brian Sawyer. It's my partner John Burson, Sawyer Burson Architects.
Yes.
Thank you again for your time tonight.
Of course.
And for reviewing the submission with us, and we really appreciate it. John's going to jump in here to explain further Denise's comments.
Great.
Can
Uh,
you
yeah.
can we show this on the?
Yeah, Sage is working on it right
Oh,
now.
it is,
Okay.
I know you want to move things along, and I know that the two members were not here the last time. If I can just say or emphasize how much the owners wanted to create a new home, very much in keeping with the architecture of Southampton Village, the historic architecture that would be appropriate in the village, and especially for this prominent site, that it would be a good neighbor, and that the precedents we were looking at architecturally included the Shinnecock Hills Golf Club from 1892, as well as 376 Gin Lane from 1888, also known as Eden Cottage, and also Bonnie Doon, and that these were sources for the double gable that you see so prominently in our design. We have a couple remarks to supplement what Denise was speaking about. First off, with the lighting, of course, Susan Harder is here. We also have a narrative from Nathan Orsman, the lighting designer, which I'd be happy to read into the record if you wish.
Can you just put it in the record?
Yeah, we'll
We
just-
probably
we can-
could. It
yes.
just kind of gives a more personal kind of explanation of all of the various numeric details that you were given previously.
But we took to heart what you had said, the comments you'd
For
made,
tonight,
and
for right now, why don't we just agree to
Thank you.
put that in the record and
Okay.
we'll review it.
made a real effort, learned a few new things, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And feel we've done as much as we can to reduce everything pretty much down to level safety levels in terms of lighting, path lighting, and so
Really,
forth.
It's just an issue that is not
Mm-hmm.
recognized, starting to be recognized more, but it really is disruptive.
It's really important in addressing the
interesting.
seasonal fluctuations as
Yeah.
well. And Susan's been incredible in helping us with that, along with our with Nathan.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay.
With regard to the window, I think you can all see it here and there up on the screen. What we did specifically was reduce the pane sizes to match what are on the other side of the house. So they are consistent, they're slightly smaller. That's what resulted in the 7.5% reduction in glass area for this window with the living room facing the ocean. Also, to make the window appear less monolithic, less modern, we increased the size of the mullions from 6 inches to 8 1/8 inches in width, giving them a more traditional structural appearance. And I think you can see that that window now reads very distinctly as 3 separate bays. We provided this drawing A602 to further illustrate before on this side with the thinner mullions and the slightly larger panes of glass, and the after on the right-hand side of the page. You can see the thicker mullions and the reduced size of the reduced area of glass. I'd also like to emphasize that, and I can kind of just highlight it here, this is actually roof that interrupts the lower and upper tiers, so they'll never be perceived as continuous.
So what's on our elevations in the rendering, what appears as a porch, it's a roof. It's not an occupiable porch. And so the lower half, the greater portion of the window, is below that in recess and in shadow. And very little of it is I think, as you can see here, the shadow we're showing in the rendering, that is back of the line of the porch. And the upper portion, which we're pretty much a transom, is the one that lets a little extra full sun into the living room proper.
Okay.
So this is lighting. We did a reduction in the building coverage from 11,338 square feet to 11,045 square feet.
I'm sorry, John, what was that number again?
Oh, from 11,338 square feet to 11,045 square feet, a net reduction of 293 square feet. Specifically, we shortened the east wing by 4 feet. We kind of slid things over here. And we also took a few feet off of this central porch that was facing the ocean. We've kind of tightened up its perimeter. Furthermore, we've reduced the gross square feet, the habitable square feet of the home, from 11,708 square feet to 10,999 square feet. That's a net reduction of 709 square feet. And I think those are the 3 items, other than the other 2 that were addressed regarding the setback in the pool house.
We'd just like to emphasize once again that the effort in our design, every effort was made to scale the house down at its edges. So if you notice again, the roofs at the outside, the east and west wings, have been pushed down, and the section of the building made to accommodate what we consider a gesture to the neighbors. And for our client, it's been very important to not only make these gestures for the neighbors, but for the entire village, and make sure the house is as a good neighbor in many ways, but especially in its architectural massing and style.
Okay.
So we're happy to answer any questions.
Now, we went
Those
through a lot more detailed presentation last week, so any questions, fire away. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, architecturally, I have no issues, and I think it's the examples that you're using, whether it's Shinnecock or some of the other houses you reference, are all excellent and are very much within the keeping of Southampton. My issue is with the scale, and you said you made a gesture, and a gesture has different connotations. A 6% reduction is a gesture in the smaller way. So, and it's not so much about the size, it's about the scale. And I'm sure you've read Chapter 65, and I'm sure your attorneys are chapter and verse, know that scale and the relationship of the property, the building on the property, and in relationship to the other properties and structures nearby is very important. And you, Denise, took it upon yourself to show us a picture. Now, I'm looking at this, which is an attempt to show that it's comparable in some ways to the footprints of the other house. I dare say, and I say it with some daring, that if you looked at the house to which you said you are keeping in the spirit, that the scaling of that original house that was raised in the truest sense of the word by fire was not as massive as this house. I may be wrong, I may be right, but I'm looking at this house, and what I see is something that's out of scale. And it may be permissible by code, and this board stands between what's allowable by code and what should be built. That's something I've said numerous times over the last 8 years I've been on the board. And I appreciate the gestures that have been made. However, it's the way it presents to the beach, which is a thoroughfare, and our most prominent and most important thoroughfare in this village in terms of public view. It presents more like the Shinnecock Golf Club in scale, which is on acres and hundreds of acres of golf land, than on this acreage here. So that's a long way of saying, in terms of applying the judgment that I have by code in terms of the scale and the relative scale of this in harmony or disharmony to the other properties, I believe it's in disharmonious. So I appreciate the gesture. Now, I will make one point. In overlaying some of these, yeah, it fits in certain corners and not in others. I guess the difference, Brian and John, is that this is one massive facade with two wings on the end. The other houses may have larger, squarer buildings, and then with a breezeway or a smaller house in between, and then a courtyard, and then another. It's broken up. And I'm not asking you to necessarily change the design, because I think the design is good, but somehow it presents itself as being out of scale, especially in that spot. So that's my view,
Okay.
my judgment.
Jane?
I think the architecture is beautiful. It definitely is reminiscent of Stanford White and the golf club. But I do understand what Jeff is saying about how the house is a mass as compared to how the neighbors have a little bit more interesting dynamics going on. So I would have to say I think that's something to consider, but you've done a beautiful job so far. I'm certainly not going to complain about the architecture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Well, the overlays were pretty convincing to me, actually, in terms of the massing, of the houses nearby and the house you propose. I do agree. Although there is a part of me that feels the way it spreads out on the beach side, which is truly in a place where there's a lot of beach activity, people walking up and down, including me, disheartening, but I'm not sure that would make me vote against it. I think that you have quite a lovely house that you've created, and since it's no longer going to be lit up like an airport, it's helpful, and that there was some consideration of that. But it is, because it fans out, I think is sort of the problem. But I'm not sure I would feel that I could vote against it because of that. It's unfortunate, and that the house that burned down was enormous.
Do you happen to know the square footage of what that house was?
It's big. It was big, big, big.
11,100.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, 11,166 square feet, but it stood on top of the dune.
Right.
So ours is
also didn't, that one burned out, but other ones didn't make it through hurricanes that
Yes, that's.
rose, that were enormous, honestly.
Denise, I need you on the mic.
Yep, I'm sorry. That's exactly right. That's how they got the name the Ark, because it survived the 38
For the
hurricane.
public, could you please give the square
Sorry,
footage
Denise
again?
Shern, attorney for the
No,
applicant.
can you just give us the square footage of the original house?
Yeah.
again?
11,166.
Okay. I think what you're hearing is there's still some concern about the massing of the house and the way that it presents. And I think one of the things, you've got a very long, serious ridge line that goes all the way across the front. Because I appreciate the efforts to bring it down in its scale and its massing a little bit. We still have, where I'm still seeing a whole lot of square footage is the question they had before, because it's the overall scale, because there's so many covered outdoor areas that has taken the roof to 10,000. It went from 10,759 to 10,505 square foot roof, which is an enormous roof over actually the square footage of the actual house. What I'm wondering if there's just any way to pull it in anywhere else to really reduce the massing of it. Because I think what you're hearing is there's concern about the size of the massing of the house compared to its neighbors, and compared to its appearance from the beach. As far as the overall style of the house, it's beautiful. I think the materials are perfect. It fits well into the village. It fits perfectly in the historic district. There's just a lot of it. If there's a way that we could find other ways to pull some of the roof structure back in over the large, massive outdoor areas that are still covered, I think that would be excellent.
One thing about the porches, and we'd mentioned it before, we do want to emphasize that the reason they not only provide that transition type space, which is, I think, important to any domestic architectural situation, they do break down the two-story mass. And I just want to emphasize that we were very intent on keeping the verticality of this house limited. So as a result, you are seeing, for example, the lengthy porches along both major facades of the building. For that reason, we didn't want to see that much vertical surface. And the effort was to keep this flowing down toward the ground, toward the dunes. And hopefully, taking that landscape very seriously and how it is shaped over time and how it affects this style of architecture.
And if I could just comment that the house takes up, I think, 9.1% of the total property. So I know it might look enormous from looking at these images in 2D, and it is a big house, but the houses on Meadow Lane are historically large houses, so making it a small house would be out of character
I don't
with the
think we're in
neighborhood.
any place where this is going to be a small house.
Yeah, so,
I think the question is there ways to pull it in or somewhere break up, because the overall massing still seems to be very wide and very large to the beach.
gotcha.
And
Mark,
maybe
what
that's in
about a
some of the roof
streetscape?
lines.
In the past, you've asked for a streetscape. Perhaps one from the beach would be appropriate to demonstrate.
I was gonna ask. Like a rendering from the
It'll be a
beach?
streetscape from the.
Well-
It'd be a streetscape from the beach side.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can see what the
Beach
Yes,
Beachscapes.
because actually, if we could say
Beachscape.
if we could see it laid out 4 houses wide on the beach and how it fits into that overall architecture, I think that would be helpful.
That
We've
makes
had people do it
perfect
a few
sense.
different ways, but the idea is just say you show, maybe 2 houses to the left, 2 houses to the right, and then you see how it fits in.
Got it. I'd be
Because
hap-
there
we'd be
are
happy to
not
do that.
small houses, let's face it, there are not small houses on Meadow
Yeah.
Lane.
No, no,
The
no.
question is what constitutes mass at such a scale that it either dwarfs or seems out of scale to the other large houses
I
that are on Meadow
understand.
Lane, and I think that's where we're hearing concern from the board.
I understand. We tried to keep, we had to keep the envelope into the envelope because we didn't want to go outside the envelope because the client said he didn't want to have to ask for any variances. He wanted to do this as of right. And all of his all of his outdoor living space is what you see under those covered porches.
Right.
There's no other accessory
But there seems to be one at
structures.
every corner of the house. Yeah.
I see where
Th-
I am.
Yeah, there are a lot of them.
I got you.
Yeah, so that's what I
I
asked you
hear
to
you.
think about, and they're big.
Got
They're
it.
attractive. They're just
Yeah.
big.
Got it.
So if that's what I think we're hearing the board ask you to take into consideration. Let me do this. Are there any comments from the public? Anyone? Okay. So you've heard the comments from the board. what would you like us to do?
I think we should talk to the client and
Mhm.
adjourn until the next meeting, unless
Which is November
someone up here
27th.
disagrees with me. But I think that's the appropriate thing to do.
Are we in agreement? Okay. So motion to accept the client's request for adjournment to November 27th for 2 Meadow Lane. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for allowing us to take the time to find the things we needed for the file. I appreciate that.
Thank you
Yes.
for giving us as much time as you have.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Look, it's a beautiful site. It's a beautiful piece of property. When we figure out the exact house, it will be a beautiful house.
It's very
So we just
special,
gotta get
and
it.
we
It is.
appreciate it.
Yeah, it's in a special spot.
Behind Mr. Walker's other house.
So,
Thank you.
next up, we have so we're now into new matters. Next up is 292 Ox Pasture Road. Do you have affidavits, and are they in order?
Yes and yes.
Hello.
Hello, give me 1 second.
Take your
to get
time.
Organized here.
I put my things in order and it's just a giant mess.
Yeah, have a seat. Okay, you can start with introductions, please.
Great, my name is John Bennett, and Colin Bertram is here with me from my office also. Always a pleasure to work with Jorge Gomez, who's the project architect. This is 292 Ox Pasture Road. We did submit the affidavits of posting and mailing. This is a lot, I call it, it's sort of a reverse barbell lot. It has an area in the front that has a variance for a tennis court, and then what generally would be considered a flagpole portion that goes to the back, so, for the building area where the building area for the principal residence exists. And it's I know you changed your code in relation to this, but it's worthy of noting that the property building area is not visible from the street at all. It's blocked not only by the northerly part of the property, but the surrounding homes. But I in a way, it doesn't matter, because I think what Jorge has delivered here is a beautiful home. I think the board will be interested to note that you did approve a 10,794 square foot house on this, and we met with the clients, and they reviewed the previous program and found that a smaller house was suitable for their needs. A reduction of 2,027 square feet.
That was this year, right?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
We approved that
In
this year?
March.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
approved
Yeah.
10,794.
Yeah, okay.
And that was the
Sorry.
second time we approved this house, after the first time we approved it last year.
Yeah, from a
So
previous
we-
owner. Yeah.
Yes, we've been in
From
front
a
of this house
previous
a lot.
owner.
Yes,
Right, yeah,
we've
yeah,
been
previous
in
owner.
front of this house a lot.
Yeah.
Nothing's been built, but we've been in front of the house a
Different
lot.
owner?
Excuse me?
Different owner?
This is the second go-around for the second, the second
This is
new
the second
owner.
go-around for, yes.
The second go-around
Remember
for
the
the
first
second
one
new
had, the
owner.
first one had 12-foot garage doors.
Right, right.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
that one,
right,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Remember
just,
that.
I have copies of the previous design if you want to
No,
compare.
No.
But
I
think this works.
actually did print them out, because I was like, okay, this house.
Okay, I
So-
have a
so
lot
I
of
act-
them,
I
if
actually
you
have
want
them,
them.
but no, it's all right.
It's really helpful. I just, but I don't want to steal Jorge's thunder, but,
Okay.
no change in the materials or color from what you approved in the past. We lost one of the two twin reverse gables on the front north elevation. There was a large sunroom wing that was visible from the front elevation. That's been eliminated. There's fewer metal windows, and I think you're going to find that this house, I mean, the last time I remember being here and the comment was, it's an interesting house, maybe not so much in the Southampton vernacular, but I think you're going to find this house, and I'm stealing Jorge's language, it's more in the language of the village. So I'll let Jorge.
But I would say I seem to remember the last time through, I thought it was a very handsome house.
Well, it was a beautiful house. Yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay.
That's why you approved it, even
Yeah.
at 10,794 square feet.
Good.
Anyway, Jorge, do you wanna go through it?
All right, my name is Jorge Gomez. As John here was describing the whole scope of work, and the reasons why we changed this house was because the clients wanted
I need
make
you to
it-
get closer to the
Sorry.
microphone for me.
Because the clients wanted to make it a smaller house, so we reduced the square footage by 20%, roughly. And we kept the same character, the same language. We just made it smaller, less gables and crossing gables and stuff like that. And as you may have your the renderings in front of you, I can
Why don't we show them the renderings?
work through it. Just
Walk through it
Yeah.
slowly in the pace.
mm-hmm.
It'll be fine.
Maybe we do that. I just want to make sure that they're looking at it on the board. You are right. Yep. So as you can see, the exterior elevations, we actually reduce. We had like 2 different gables. It will make it a little more traditional. Then we minimize the amount of brick that we used to have. So these will be the same character. We kept the same building for the garage and made it a little bit smaller as well. As you go on the east side. I'm
Going
sorry.
back to the,
No, just a question while you're going through it. Did you reorient the front door?
Yes, to the side, which will be the to the east side where it
Okay.
used to be before. Actually, never mind. Let me take that back. No, I didn't reorient it. It is where it used to be. It's just in a different, smaller building. My apologies.
Okay.
Yeah, it's exactly where it used to be.
okay.
I'll show you in the render where the main entry door is. And
This was the this is
And as you can see, the east side of the house, which is the pool side of the house, it remained about the same. And we reduced the amount of glass that we used to have there. We had like, before we used to have more steel glass and more like sunrooms and stuff like that, but now it's a lot less. This will be the rear side of the house, which is the south side. And on the left side, we kept the same garage concept, and we changed the remaining of it. And this is a little more like in context that where it used to be before, where we have 3 garage doors, but it's smaller than what it used to be, which is the west side. And the pool house is exactly the same that was approved before. The only difference is the pergola. Now it's moved to the front instead of to the side. And that's what was, nothing changed at all, other than that. The renderings, these as you drive into the house, as you know, this lot is a very unique shape. You go all the way in the back.
Centralized.
I mean, it's a beautiful house that only the people who live there is gonna be able to see it. And the colors are exactly the same as they were approved previously. I do have samples if you like to see the colors. I have it with me, but it's remaining in very character of Southampton Village as we previously intended to do.
Same light fixtures, Ryan?
Same like fixtures, same hardware.
Do you have the samples
no,
handy?
Not for the
Well,
light
they're not-
fixtures, but I
Oh,
did
okay.
submit it.
I think the light fixtures are considerably smaller.
No, it's probably just the
rendering, we had
the
the same
rendering
problem
where you're looking at. It's exactly the same.
Look at
I
the
did submit a
elevations.
paperwork for
Because
the light
because
fixtures.
we talked about them, yeah. Okay.
The-
I remember talking about the light fixtures the last go around.
Remember the last
Okay.
time? Yeah, it was the.
There were more last time, and we reduced the amount of light fixtures that we had. And
They'll be consistent with the
and
elevation.
there's a package with all the specs for dimensions and all that it was submitted.
I remember that was the last time. The renderings show them larger than they actually are.
Yeah. So these as you were looking from the west side, the garage doors, and obviously that's the front door. And the garage side, the yard, and this is the east side where you have the swimming pool, which is very a lot more traditional than what it was before. Actually, a lot more in character with the village.
Can you just go back to just to humor me, go back to the front elevation?
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I think it's really helpful in terms of what, it not only reduces the square footage, but it reduces the scale of.
And the mass.
The front elevation. If there's any way the camera, you can switch the camera, or I'll just show the board, See, it had the 3 gables in effect, and we really tightened it up and made it smaller. It's essentially the same texture, same materials, and same, colors and all that, but we're trying to make it more compact. And I think it makes it less imposing in a way, and
Yeah, and the mass,
less.
and the roof line is absolutely smaller.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I think that the before and after.
Do you have a
does actually
rendering
help.
of the south elevation?
Yeah, and maybe I'm trying to reconcile the south,
Here.
what's listed as the south rear elevation
This one right here.
to the
it's-
then southwest rendering. It looks, you see these windows here?
Which windows?
Oh, okay. So on your black and white, it looks like you have windows on top of windows.
Okay.
And-
Yeah, that's on the second floor.
And then, but then when I go to the southwest view,
Mm-hmm.
that view,
I don't see them.
I don't see them.
They're set back.
You're set back.
They're hidden.
They're set back.
They're set back from. They're
So they're
on
in,
this area right here.
they're in the roof line, or?
So do you have a rendering from the south?
Facing the south? No, I don't. Yeah, but they are set back. That specific
You wanna show it on
space,
the-
it's
on the elevations?
I have it right here.
Okay.
It's in this area right here, so they're
Is
set
that- but
back.
are there still stacked windows where you have a double hung that's stacked over a transom single hung?
Yeah,
So you still have all those windows that go up to that height?
at the same height. It's just like a higher vaulted ceiling in that area. It's where the master suite's gonna be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. I see
That's
double
the same.
hungs here,
I'm with you.
and then I see a eave and a roof.
These windows.
Yeah.
No,
they-
these are the 2 windows here.
Yeah.
These are these.
What, gentlemen, what elevation are you looking
Okay.
at?
We're looking at what you call the
rear.
southwest view.
17.
No?
No, but the rendering that you call southwest view.
Okay.
Okay, so where are those windows?
They're. I mean, it's hard to see from the angle of the camera from the rendering. They're
Right.
next behind these 3 windows, right behind. You can see a little bit of that, but
Well, if they're behind,
They're-
they
they're
would-
here.
They have to be behind.
There's an
Setback?
inset, is there an inset?
there's,
back
it's
behind?
like an inset.
Show it on the site plan.
I
the
see,
floor
okay,
Yeah.
plan.
I see what you, okay.
Maybe
But
the floor
wait,
plan.
no,
You can see it.
But
I
are
saw
they
it on the-
double, are they double here? This
It
is
go,
what
it
we're
go,
seeing.
it goes all
They're-
across.
It
They're-
makes more
they're
sense-
double
it makes
hangs
more
with a
sense
transom
if you
above.
almost have to look at the floor plan. to
It's
figure it
it's
out.
because of the complexity of the roof line and without trying to make more
Can you show it on the
crossing
second floor
gables.
plan? to everybody,
Absolutely.
So that, on the
So I had a
second floor
question
plan,
about it.
I think that helps everybody.
They're right here.
See, so they're well behind.
Because that section of the house sits back, in his perspective, you can't see it.
Yeah.
Because what we're seeing is the perspective of the upper right, and then the perspective of the windows next to the chimney, but these taller windows are hidden in the rendering because of the way the setback in the house is what he's saying.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm standing from right here, looking that direction when you're looking at the rendering. I'm standing here and looking that way, so because of the angle, you can't really see those windows, but they're in character, they're the same windows, and it's a double hang with a transom
Okay.
above. Yeah.
Okay.
Got it? No? Yes?
That's okay. I mean,
Oh,
if
okay.
they can see it and I can't, that's fine.
Look at the floor plan.
Here,
Is that,
because that's where the house sets back, so the window's actually up there, it's just hidden in this perspective by that roof line.
but there are windows underneath it, are there not?
You can't see it, but they're actually above it. You can't see it because of its rendering.
Okay.
You would need a rendering of a flat on to the back to actually understand them, which
Yeah.
we may need to see. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. But, sorry.
Now I think if you guys have any questions for me,
Okay. Board members, Jane.
I want to say, I think that compactness, as you have mentioned, really has made a difference and it looks great. My only concern was this rendering, because I thought that this really overtook the pool house, the size of the pergola. It just seemed like, and I don't know if that's again perspective of the way it's a rendering, but it just seems like the
see
pool
the
house
elevation.
looks miniature compared to the pergola.
Let's see that. Let me see it if I can see it in elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that helps, maybe that hurts. I don't know. It is what it is. Oh, I see.
Yeah, it used to be bus next to it. Now it's in front of it, just to create a little more of a shadow in order for me to do lounges and stuff like
When you
that.
say next to it, was the pergola the same dimensions?
No, it was about 2/3 of what it is right now.
So it's larger.
It's a third larger.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
it
the-
just seems to overpower the pool house, which is a great looking structure, so that was my concern. That maybe that needed to be
Yeah. Okay.
taken down a little bit.
Would you think the client would consider staying with the original size of the pergola?
What happens if you put a couple of chairs out there?
Say
I
again?
think that-
I'm sorry, Susan.
Put a couple of chairs out there. The view, this is a sort of odd,
Yeah.
no, it looks like a pond.
What are
And
we-
then there's a platform, then there's a hut, and then there's a thing. And somehow I'm not sure that's
reflection.
actually what it is.
Why
The
don't we go
reflection off the water
Yeah,
of the pool
something
house is
is-
not helping you.
Or,
Yeah.
you know, like.
That's
if
the
you-
swimming pool, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so I think it might just
It's
be that it
this.
looks odd.
Yeah, it's
from-
this. If you see in perspective, that's a person, and that's
Yeah.
a pergola. It's a very reasonable in
I think
scale.
it's the width of it in front of
You
the
talk
pool
about the
house.
width of it in front of the pool.
Yeah, that's what I think anyway.
Do you think we can play with the dimensions of the pool house if that's,
I mean, one of the driving factors of this was because we
not the dimension of the pool, of the pergola, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Pergola.
Are there zoning restrictions for this, or what's going on?
Not necessarily. It's just that now the pergola is centered with the swimming pool. Before, the pergola used to be on the side of the
Oh,
pool.
oh.
So,
Well,
so
maybe we can just
because we
make it a
center
little bit
it,
smaller on each
because we
side
center
and-
it, and
My
we
actual answer would be make the pool house wider, but
The pool house is
So,
perfectly
yeah, we
modest
kept it.
in
That we
size.
didn't want to make the pool
Yeah.
house any bigger
Oh,
because
Yeah.
it's a pool
Yeah.
house.
lot
So,
coverage, I get it.
It's actually
you know,
honest
and the
as a
client,
pool house.
it's you know, would like to have a little more shadow
I don't
where you
think
have
it's the
lounges.
worst thing that could ever happen. I think it's, I wouldn't object to it.
And it's gonna be oak. It's gonna be beautiful. They're gonna have
Put
like
some chairs and tables out there, maybe.
Okay.
Calm it down.
I agree with Jane. I would shorten the size of the pergola, but if it's the client wishes to have a
Mhm.
outsized pergola, I'm not going to.
Right.
I'm not going to vote negatively based on that. I think that's. And then beyond that, I think it's a very interesting design. Congrats, Jorge.
thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Susan?
I don't love it, but I'm not gonna say no. How's
Oh.
that?
I promise it's gonna be beautiful.
Because it just, I think it's busy.
Well,
I have some
think the first
concerns.
floor is,
Yeah.
the dormers and I hate metal on those.
It's
on the
yeah.
metal
It's
roofing.
gonna be.
Highlighting the things sticking out. I just don't like that, but I wouldn't say no to it.
Oh, okay.
Here's where my concerns are. These are my concerns. The last time, one of the things we spent a lot of time with this house, and especially the last version of this house, but not this one so much, was because it sits surrounded completely by neighbors. So we spent a lot of time talking about window-wall ratio, window location, possible light pollution, those kinds of issues. In the last iteration, there was a more gentle rhythm to the house than in spots. And when I looked at when the window height and the location and glazing size, it all came down and brought the house down a little bit. So now when I look at this elevation, the windows and the glazing over the garage has gotten extremely large. And that has potential to go to a neighbor. And the amount of glazing over the garage has gotten considerably larger. When I go to the now confusing elevation that we're calling the south rear maybe.
That's it.
With the south rear, now the garage elevation, I think the amount of glazing, and also we lost the break of the dormers that were over there. Before you had different dormers, and I think they broke up the massing of the house a little bit differently. When I go around to the south rear elevation, where you've got the inset, which is not showing on these pictures, but when you have the double hungs and then you have another gang of six pane gang over each one of the double hungs, the light height of those windows is very high. So I think the potential for light from those, and you tell me that's the master suite, which means that's one big room with a huge high ceiling.
It hasn't been
Yeah.
defined
So
so
what-
far.
what
But it
I'm-
could be an attic. It
my-
could be
my
a
con-
fake window.
But my concern is
With no lighting.
windows that high. You see how before we were aiming down, we were bringing the scale down, we were bringing the glazing a little down, and really to think about the concerns of the neighbors. And I think that elevation in particular, we have lost that. And I would ask you to reconsider the glazing on
The south rear
on the, on the south on the south location, because I think it's gotten too large. I realize it's a garage door to nowhere, but it's interesting. The one that faces the front, not
Yeah,
the
it's
three
always
actual
been
garages.
theirs.
That's just a design decision, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to quibble a whole lot. I do sort of agree with Jane that if I look at just the balance of pool house to pergola, it seems really wide, but you probably have a need for that. I think if we saw it with chairs, or in a different perspective, because I actually think it's the reflection of the pool that's making it look even smaller or taller or odd. But you know, if we brought that in just a little bit, even centered on the pool, so it's not edge to edge of the pool, the balance might be better. But that's just a quibble. My bigger concerns are that we've massed up the glazing and the window wall ratio as we've massed down the house, and we've lost a little of the personality, I think, in how we've just been consistent on all four elevations. Versus, you know, you sort of took a different design direction over the garage last time to give it its own personality. Now that we're kind of missing that.
So if I can summarize the primary concerns about fenestration and glazing, are they, for you, Mark, are the south elevation and the garage?
Still comparing.
Right? I'm not trying to.
No,
sandbag, I'm just
that's
trying
a
to
fair question,
understand
but
it.
it's a fair question. When I look at the west elevation, for example, well, it's hard. Okay, when I'm looking at your west elevation, for example, see the window size on the two windows over to the left?
To the left, okay.
Those windows have actually gotten bigger.
Okay.
They've gotten deeper. I don't think they've gotten taller, but those have gotten deeper. So we have more light coming
What
there.
if they were symmetrical? 2 and 2.
I'm just telling you what I see.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm just
So
trying to-
I see that there, and I see the same thing with the the dormer windows across the top. All of them seem to have gotten slightly wider
I'm
and
sorry.
perhaps a little bit taller.
What was the second thing you said? Oh, the same
Actually,
elevation?
the dimensions of the
Yeah,
windows
yeah.
are pretty much the same.
So I just feel like all the way around, especially on the second floor, all these windows have gotten deeper. I don't know that those have gotten taller, but they've definitely gotten deeper, and these have gotten just exponentially larger. So I think if we went back to the scale that you had in the original intention, it would bring down the possible light issues to the neighbors. And then the one elevation that I find troubling is the one that has the six gang over the double hung. Because
Okay.
I think the height of those windows has too strong potential to be a problem.
That's with the transoms.
Yeah, with
Mhm.
they're not actually transoms, because there's six gang windows, stacked
No,
windows.
I understand.
So,
Okay.
and I'd like, you know,
I agree.
and the gable dormers over the garage actually broke up
'Cause
the consistency around the house in a very charming way.
this
Yeah,
has
no,
much
absolutely.
more balance,
Yes, it has
wouldn't you
balance and has
say?
charm.
Got that,
Yeah.
put that down.
And it is the size of the windows that gives a kind of calm, I would say.
Mhm.
So we seem to, so those would be my comments.
Yeah, and I concur with that too. And driving here, now that it gets darker earlier, I could see the windows in supposedly unoccupied third floors.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Especially how this house is surrounded,
Yeah.
it's surrounded by neighbors.
Okay.
Speaking of neighbors, do I have any public comment?
Well, it's a live group.
Okay, so
That's
John,
helpful, thanks. The
Okay.
27th?
27th.
Thanks.
Okay,
All right, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
appreciate the direction.
again, the
Thanks.
general direction house is beautiful, but we just need to bring it back to the personality we saw with the larger version.
I understand.
Okay. So, motion to accept the client's request for an adjournment for 292 Ox Pasture Road to November 27th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
And what's the submission date for that?
Oh, I don't know.
Alex? Do you have that?
Tuesday
Ah,
before.
it's Tuesday. Earn your
It's gonna
pay.
be the
What?
Tuesday.
Well, it's
that
because of
noon.
the holidays that are in the middle of it. I don't know if they've
Earn your pay,
changed.
Alex. What is it? What's the
It's
date?
submission for carryover cases, it says on this.
It's usually the Tuesday prior.
11/21.
Before the hearing at
Okay.
noon.
11/21.
But
Yeah.
11/21 at noon.
is that before Thanksgiving?
That's
the day,
that's-
yeah.
That's a week.
That's when
Okay.
people are getting their
Yeah.
turkeys. Good luck.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, no, they left.
All right, thank
There's
you.
the
Thank
turkey
you.
lady here.
Okay, next up is
Thank you very much.
468 First Neck Lane for construction of a two-story single-family dwelling and tennis court. Do you have affidavits and are they in order?
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well?
Do I give you the affidavit?
Yes, please.
Oh, here we are again.
Thank you. Thanks.
Small garage.
Oh, we like
See the
big pictures.
house
We like big
context,
pictures.
The big house.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Arthur Fraser. I'm the architect for the,
Yeah, I'm great. Yeah.
yeah, for the owners at 468 First Neck Lane.
Okay.
Uh,
I know it's gonna be tricky, but as close as you can get to that microphone, or
Yes.
if you want to just sit down, if you want to just sit down, that's fine too.
Sure,
'Cause it makes it easier. Okay?
yeah. So what we're,
I'm gonna, before you go, one thing for the public. In our last meeting, there was a pre-submission conference for this house, so this is, the board gave comments as a pre-submission, this is the official submission, so.
right, and the owners at some point decided to connect the two pieces of properties. They bought the property next door, and in effect create a guest house that relates back to a pretty well-known house called Mocamonto. And so on top, you'll see some of the various elements in Mocamonto that we tried to incorporate into the guest house without out and out trying to make it look like an old house. And the primary elements would have been the sort of vertical hip roof, the distinct dormer shapes, the windows, which are prairie windows. We kept that same theme going going with the windows. And I also made this, which where to put it, which sort of shows a house in the context of the other homes around it, and it sort of sits right in the middle of the property. And it's a very modest 2,400 square foot footprint compared to the other homes.
Okay.
And these are other renderings of the Is it okay to just keep putting it down?
Yes.
It's sort of an odd rendering. It looks more like bricks, but all the materials will match the current shingle style and coloring of the original house. The main house, as we call it now. And this bigger photograph just shows a relationship of the main house down there and the guest house / tennis house. So that's sort of from there to there.
Okay?
Can you please describe the materials for the record?
Yes.
Yeah, there are cedar shakes on the roof and cedar shingles on the walls.
And could you go through the color? Do you happen to know the paint color?
Yeah, the paint color is it's a dark navy blue that we got from, the research in the original Mocamonto.
Okay. Board members?
It's style-wise, it's in keeping with Makamoto. It's diminutive in terms of its scale. It's small on the property. It fits on all the other properties. It's perfect for what it is.
Jane?
I would concur with Jeff that it's stately, but not overly so.
Susan?
I think it's quirky and good. Locomoto is such a weird,
Yeah, yeah.
it really is if you look carefully. So good for you, Arthur. I like it.
Oh, thank you.
I just had one question for clarification. On the big pictures, those are prairie windows, what look
Yeah.
like big panes of glass. Those are actually prairie windows,
Yes,
and the
yeah.
muntins aren't really showing up as well in the
Right,
renderings.
right.
That
It's
it?
just
Yeah.
sort of
No, I think
smallish
it's harmonious to its location. It's harmonious to its intention in its relationship to Mokamonto, and it
I'm
matches.
sorry, can you please keep it down in the
and
back?
it matches, and it looks like it's part of it. Okay. Are there any comments from the public? Okay, that's our night. Okay, so motion to approve.
No, I think
written
you have
decision.
to do a written
Motion to
decision.
move to written decision, 468 First Neck Lane, as per drawings dated, actually dated October 2nd. Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, next up is 383 First Neck Lane. Do you have affidavits, and are they in order?
Yes and yes.
Is there anybody here for that?
Maybe they're coming in. Thank you.
Good night.
Anyone here? 383 First Neck?
Yes. Frank Greenwald.
I don't think we're out of order. I have 383
Me
First Neck
too.
Lane on my next agenda item.
No, you're good.
Okay? Hello, Frank.
Frank Greenwald, architect, Sag Harbor, New York, the architect and applicant of record. So we've been through two pre-submission conferences, which were very helpful. And this is our first formal submission. And I guess I should run through sort of where we are, sort of give everyone an update. I know there was some board members out last time,
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
so let me just do that. So this is an existing residence, 383 First Neck Lane. Our proposal, maybe I should go to the site plan. Let's find the site plan. Sorry. Yeah, let's take a look at, this is a good place to start. Here we go. This is an aerial photo of the property as it exists today. There is an existing 2.5-story structure in the front. There's a 1-story screen porch on the south side. There's a 1-story addition on the north side, and then there's a series of additions in the rear. And what we are proposing is to, so this is the existing ground floor plan. This is the existing 2.5-story original part of the house. This is the north 1-story addition. This is the south screen porch. And these are the additions in the rear. And what we are proposing, this is the front facade, the street elevation. What we are proposing is to maintain the original street facade, the original let's call it three parts of the street facade of the front part of the house. And our current proposal is to remove all of the additions on the rear. So this is, again, this is the front, the street is off to the right. We're proposing to remove these additions in the rear of the house, take this existing three-car garage that was built in, I think, 2005, relocate it slightly, and then reconfigure the rear of the house in a sort of different way. And we had sort of looked at this last time. Again, these are sort of preliminary drawings. But the idea is to keep the original front part of the house, rebuild the back of the house, and look like a series of additions. And that's sort of where we are today. I know Zach Studenroth submitted a historical analysis of the property, which I think you all have seen. And I don't know whether you want him at this point to go through his presentation, or do you want me to sort of continue with my little spiel?
You can continue.
Okay. So the big issue here is how much of the rear of the house is original to this, to this house. How much of it is historically correct and historically important, and how much do we keep, and or how much do we feel we can sort of safely remove without destroying the integrity of the house. And Zach's, with all due respect, Zach's, the wording of his report was a little bit misleading to me. He seemed to say that all of the additions to the rear of the house were done in 1926 by Prisoner Atterbury. But we know for a fact that a large portion of this was built in 2005. And I have a series of aerial photographs and surveys to sort of depict that. The big issue is how much of this rear portion of the house is worth saving.
Well, I think the question is how much is the rear portion of that house actually historic material?
Exactly. That's sort of the
which is different than worth saving, because it's historic.
You're right.
Historic material is a lot of what we look at.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's sort of difficult for me to say exactly what's there, but we do have some idea, because let me just go through. That's the original one. Yeah. So here's an aerial photograph from 2001. And you can see that the street is down the bottom of the page. You can see the original portion of the house. You see the north one-story addition. You see the south one-story addition, and you see some addition in the back. We see this little addition on the south side of this rear, which was not there in 19. This is 1926. Sanborn map, and we see this little addition in the back as what was built. We think, we think when the house was moved there, we think that's what was built when the house was moved there. It's, it was stated in Zach's report that it was by Grosvenor Atterbury. Although that's a little bit unclear, because I think it states that Mr. Grosvenor Atterbury, blah, 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 was employed by me to remodel the interior of the main part of the house, and at the same time to add new back buildings in architecture accord with the colonial design of the original structure. So, I mean, I'm not 100% convinced that he did this, or did he build these buildings in the back of the new back buildings in the back of the property.
My take would be he actually built that extension on the house, is sort of my take, and in talking to Zach, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we don't know. Maybe Zach can shed some more light on that. But the sort of the big question is how much of this is original, how much of this is historic,
Right.
and how much of that has been modified. And I think we can see, so this is the existing foundation plan of the house, what's there today. This is all new foundation. This appears to be original foundation, as does the foundation around the front portion of the house. So I don't know, is that all that's left of the original portion? You know, all of this section here, certainly the garage and certainly this section here was added. We don't really know how far back the original section went. And I don't know, maybe they removed the foundation, maybe the foundation was in bad shape and they removed it and put a new foundation in. I don't know, and if you go upstairs, you know, clearly this is all new. This is all in the 2005, and we can see that in the 2005 building application. We just don't know how much of this is new and how much of it has been altered. You know, there are ones on the first floor. There are you know, the original edition, let's call it the original edition was sort of in line here. This section was added, so this wall has been removed. You know, the rest of these walls have been refenestrated. You know, and I don't know, there were dormers up on the second floor that we don't really know what's original and what's been modified over the years. So it's sort of a tough call, and I'm not sure how we can handle that. The one thing I would just add is that this rear portion of the house, whatever is original, whatever is left of the original, is about 200 feet from the road. It's behind the main body
That
of
doesn't
the
matter.
house.
I'm sorry, but that's just not going to matter, because if it is an original 1926 frame, we have an obligation as the board to find out what is, because what it looked like, now we did not go in the house, so I saw what you're talking about, because when you walk down the foundation, you see the brick of the foundation about where your lines are, and then it changes, and it's obvious what some of the new 2005 work is. What we don't know, and I don't know if it would require going in the basement, the attic, because I have not been in the house, to figure out what is the historic, what original and historic material and framing remains, or, you know, and I don't know how to do that, but I think what might be interesting is to actually go in the house and have Zach come in and go in the house together with us and go through it to see, because we do need to do we're going to do a little like historic archaeology here to figure out and be certain on what portions of the house we're touching before we figure out what's the right way forward, because it's one of the oldest and a very important house representing very important people in the village of Southampton.
Agreed.
So
do we want to hear from Zach?
Zach is not with us tonight,
He's not.
but I think what we may want to do is ask the building department to set up a meeting with Zach and yourself and the board, 2 at a time, to do a walkthrough, to take a look and see what we can determine and see if we can see if there's other material that we either can find in village records. I'm wondering if when the renovation was done in 2005, if there might be anything else in village records in the basement or wherever the records are stored that would have shown us what those considerations were during that renovation.
Well, we do have that, and we did submit that in our original applications. There are some sketchy drawings from 2005 that show, you know, that the new garage piece is clearly added. You can see from the aerial photographs.
Yeah, well, you can tell that actually on site what the newest construction is.
Yeah.
So I think the way forward might be to arrange for that meeting, and let's all go and actually look at it and then see what else we can find out so we all fully understand.
Yep, I think that makes sense.
Board members, do you agree, or?
Yeah.
I would agree, and,
I do know that inside Zach can really go to town in terms of what's old and what's new.
Yeah.
I don't actually think I need to
Okay.
go
Oh,
with him.
I'll go.
I'm happy
But-
to, but.
I'm
I
happy
don't
to
think
invite,
I'd be
I'm
very-
happy to invite you whether
It's
you choose to be
interesting.
there.
It's
okay.
very interesting to go
Yeah.
on those things.
Yeah. Well, all right, so I think that's probably the right way forward. Are there any comments from the public?
I'm the current homeowner, so
Okay.
any assistance that I can provide is asked.
Okay.
We did the renovation in 2005.
Sir, if
Oh.
you'd like to make a comment, can you please come up to the mic and introduce
Comments
yourself?
from the public?
So he knows it's 2005.
Hi, I'm Anthony Stilitano, the current homeowner of 383 First Neck Lane.
Yes, we met in your yard.
You did. And responsible for the renovation which took place in 2005. So some of the questions which are being asked about some of the historical aspects of the property prior to that, I may or may not be able to answer, but we would certainly welcome a site visit by any or all of you in
Okay.
the near future.
Just had a question, just out of curiosity, depending on record keeping, do you happen to have the original, from the 2005 renovation, do you have the drawings, the materials that were done?
I do not.
Okay, I think we may have, I think the architect may have some of them, but yeah,
Yeah.
I think the right answer is just to be fair to the house, is to, let's come on site and take a look at it.
Yeah, we've had different versions by people who have visited the home that lived there many years ago as to what was here and what was there and what the property consisted of. But outside of that,
Okay,
whatever we can add, we will.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I think I'm going to move that we adjourn 383 First Neck Lane and arrange for a site inspection to determine both interior and exterior site inspection of the property. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And thank you, Frank.
Thank you so much.
Was that for the board to visit the interior of the site? I know Zach has already been inside.
Yeah, I think we would like to go inside as well.
Zach has been inside?
Yeah.
Zach did go into the inside of the structure with me.
But there's questions both from the architect, I want the architect and
Yeah,
Zach
no,
together,
just
so
be nice to
they can
go in.
answer. All right, so that brings us up to 69 Halsey Street.
Good evening, for the applicant, John Bennett. Bennett and Reed, Colin Bertram is with me, Ryan Kestner, the architect, is here via Zoom, and Mr. Lale Zazarde is in the audience with us. We have no changes to the plan since the last meeting, where we had an supplemental application, which you'll remember was revised to shift the proposed home west on the subject property, to deal with some both board and neighbor concerns. The rear second floor balcony was totally eliminated, and that shortened the size of the house, and the west elevation was modified to break up the continuous roof line also as a request of the board. Now, at that meeting, and an updated site plan was submitted. At that meeting, at the board specifically request, we agreed to consider a trip to the zoning board of appeals to move the house to in effect a non-conforming setback. But it was absolutely contingent, the offer was contingent upon all the neighbors agreeing. Obviously, we didn't want to get into a situation where we went to the zoning board of appeals and, you know, there was this thought that some of the board members had to try to move the house closer to the street, albeit in a non-conforming setback. We'd want to go to the zoning board of appeals and have someone oppose that application, because that would, of course, just be a waste of time, considering the fact that the house as proposed is in a conforming location. So we did make that offer, and I made that offer to council, to some of the neighbors, and very specifically, but we did, and hopefully this letter was sent, I know it was sent directly to the board, but there was a letter from Vincent and Marie DeRamo, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing the name, in which they unequivocally stated that they would not support an application to the zoning board of appeals to move the house in effect into a non-conforming location. So I think we've done everything that the board has asked. I think we've moved the house around on the site. I think we've shortened the house. We've broken up the roof line. We've been very, very, very malleable. I know there are some people in the neighborhood who think the house is too big, but I have to be rather frank about this. You know, I did litigate this matter with the board with no changes, many years ago, with no changes to the code. This is not in a historic district, so there's not even I don't think the board has that power even in a historic district, but I don't have to worry about that because there is the case law saying that the size of the house is not something that can be regulated. I am very aware of the board's attempts to moderate impact on size, but I think we've done that here. I mean, we've moved the house to the west, we've broken up the lot line, we've made a roof line, we've made the house smaller, we've taken away the outside deck, even though we thought we had ensconced it in a way that it wouldn't be have an effect on the neighbors. We just took it away. So and we landscaped it as requested. So, and I think that my client has been
That's not the most recent they moved.
been more than accommodating by saying, okay, if you want us to go through the time, energy, expense, and delay of going to the zoning board of appeals, we'll do that, but I'm not gonna do it and then I'm gonna get objections from the neighbors of the zoning board of appeals process, and that's what we have. So really what we really think that we've been incredibly accommodating here and tried to do everything that the board has asked us to do, and we'd like you to hear what the neighbors have to say, but then take a vote on the application.
And John, just for my benefit, I want to make sure that the site plan is this one, which has the driveway to the
We moved the house
west.
to the west, yes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, first of all, that
Ryan, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you see what Mr. Broadleaf is showing? You want to make sure that that's,
what was the most recent date of submitted drawings to which you are referring?
well, we submitted them on September 5th, revised architectural
What's-
plans,
yeah.
August 30th, 2023.
It should be, if you look at the revised for ARB, it should be 09/21/23, and it's the one that's currently up on my screen right now, where we have the driveway to the right of the home.
House.
So it's not this one.
It's not this one.
And that was the specific
Because
request.
they also moved the pool forward at one point in the back.
Yep, we moved the pool forward, we pulled the house forward as far as we can. We've been as accommodating as I think we could possibly be at this point. I don't know what else we could do, like Mr.
I'm
Bennett
not
said.
sure, I'm trying to see if I can
There's a
find the
million
data.
of them, but
You've got the.
Give us
Yeah,
one
I've got
second,
the
because what
drawing.
happened
You've
was
got
it's
it.
on the agenda,
Okay, so here
but there were
it
no
is.
other notes of why it was on the agenda, so we're just making sure we're catching up to you for just one second here.
Oh,
Yeah,
That one says
because
the-
while we
So where's the
we honestly
drawing?
thought you would be adjourning, so hang on one second.
Oh, no.
Okay.
We had
I know-
adjourned.
I know that
remember
now.
why we had adjourned, remember?
All right,
Yeah.
so
when was
just
this?
let me get the
Eight?
file.
Yeah.
Just get the file. I want to make sure that we're all talking about this.
Susan,
I
the
want
last-
to make,
What's
to
the
be fair, I
last-
want to make sure that we're looking at the right drawings.
September or?
September 5 was the last submission date, so that would have been in September. And then some of the board members requested that we explore going to the
September
zoning board of
13th
appeals.
meeting?
I'm sorry.
That's
Was
true,
it-
we did.
I don't see the date, I don't see it.
We're-
Yeah,
I'm
why
ready.
isn't this stamped?
Well, hang on, we're going to get them from the
Yeah,
file.
it's not.
There have been so many sets of plans here.
I know,
And it's been a little bit of time,
Don't it? Why isn't it
and there was
stamped?
no explanation, so just one second. I want to be fair to everyone
Issued for
here.
ARB,
I've got August 30th.
August
I mean-
30th, correct?
I don't know.
I was-
No, I'm
guessed it.
asking the
No,
architect.
I'm pulling the file.
Ryan, what is your last set dated?
It is September 21st, 2023.
Those are the plans where you move the pool forward, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
Well, we've had it, but just hang on.
I don't have
And
that.
it also moves the house to the west, correct?
That's,
We did it, I believe we did that a few revisions ago.
Yeah, we had previously done that, yes.
Yeah.
Those were the
architect
August plans.
changed at all.
Mr. Chair.
I have two sets of August.
So, in sum, we've shortened the house, we moved the house to the west, we moved the pool to the south. We broke up the roof line, we did away with the exterior, you know, deck. We went to the neighbors, they all didn't
September
agree.
1st.
This one
This one.
These are,
August
this is
21st.
Are you looking for, you might just be looking for a revised site plan, right,
no,
Mark?
no, no, I'm just,
That moves the pool?
there have been so many,
All
just,
right, so this looks like a duplicate.
that's a duplicate.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go from the file right now, because I wanna make sure what we're talking about.
Okay. This is a request for an adjournment.
Yeah, that was the German.
Okay, the adjournment. Oh, what's this?
That
This
was
is
the,
the
that was,
landscape.
that was the requested landscape plan.
All right.
That I have, I don't have the site plan.
There you go. Solve some mysteries here.
I'm more confused than ever.
Okay, I am not, because there was the. Okay, let me just pull this. All right. So, Ryan,
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at plans dated September 5th.
Still says dated by whom?
Revised.
It was stamped in on September 5th. to the-
So,
Stamped
but
in.
this is
His-
August 30th.
Right, so this is September 5th, so these would have been,
It's this is
Okay.
this.
okay.
They just put it in then. So we do have it, but it's August 30th. Revised per ARB 8/30/23
And those are the most recent ones, right?
that I have.
That's what John said.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
so I don't, where did the pool go? The pool's pretty far back there still.
At one point, the pool was farther back.
At one point, the pool was at the 20-foot setback. And again, I can't help myself, but I have to remind you that you have no jurisdiction over pools, but
Oh, I
we're
understand
trying to
that.
work with the
We're
anyway.
just trying to
actually
figure
helps
out what we're
that-
looking at.
I'm
with
asking
you
about the
anyway.
pool because helps me, I remember that, so it helps me recognize if these are the right plans.
Yeah, okay.
So, okay,
Yeah, no, but we're trying really trying to work here.
okay.
Yeah.
And that's the line.
All right. Board members, where we are right now is we're back to the last presentation that we looked at. And I think, comment, if you can remember the last one that we looked at, any updates or comments that you have, and let's have what you have to say.
Jane, you want to go first?
I don't have anything to say really. I think it's unfortunate, the whole situation, but I don't know how to
Right.
change it, to ask to change it.
Okay, so the situation, to some extent, results from the fact that when this was first developed and there were quarter-acre lots, that was one thing. But then somewhere along the line, another quarter-acre was added to this site. So the building parameters and the code very much allow that which is being proposed to be built. Then the question is, in my mind, from the very beginning, the scale and mass of this house in relation to the other houses. And in my view then, and it still is now, that the further back from the street, the less massive it would look. That then presented a problem for the neighbor to the east, who was concerned about where the house began in relationship to their house. And then, again, as John explained, there was an attempt to perhaps seek a variance to accommodate that, but then that push on one end of the balloon and the other end pops out. So in my view, I'm pretty much where I was at the beginning. They have made, I should say that, they've made changes to the structure that have diminished its scale, and in fact, I think actually diminished in some cases its actual size. Not that's of our purview per se. So, in my mind, the house where it's set and as it's designed now, and the accommodations, and as long as the landscaping plan is agreed and the trees are all saved. Because I've yet to actually walk the property, so I'm taking it on good faith that the landscaping plan will be adhered to, then I would have no objections.
Okay, Jane?
just to reiterate, I think what everyone had trouble with, from, our side was the fact that this is not a road, that it's a driveway that you're sharing, and that had a lot to do with the size of the home and in and out and access, et cetera. At this point, I just think it's a shame that the quarter acre was added, and now we have to accommodate that. I think you've made a lot of amends, and yes, it's smaller, and I don't think you're gonna make anybody happy with this one.
Okay, Susan?
I think that's absolutely right. I think it's just sort of a crying shame, because it's such a cool place back there, but I cannot come up with a way to not let them do it, so that's that. I think the ridge line, it's still a big honking ridge line, but they have the right, I don't see how to stop it, so I give up.
Here's where I come from. It's a very unusual street. They do have a half acre. I actually don't find the house to be out of scale. I find it to be out of location, but I feel like they've done what they can to try to do that, and they've tried to be accommodating to move that house forward because it is an unusual street. But the one thing that if you don't have the cooperation of the neighbors, putting you in a situation to where you have one happy neighbor, one unhappy neighbor, and you end up in front of the zoning board, you're in an untenable position, and I sort of understand that. The house itself, from a design standpoint, I actually don't have any issues with. I think it's unfortunate the house has to be positioned that it does have impact on neighbors. That wouldn't be as impactful if it were moved forward, but that's where we are, and that's just reality. So that's sort of my opinion on the whole thing. So I'm going to throw it up to public comment.
There is public comment.
Oh, I know. Public comment.
Well, we can just.
You can stay right there if
Okay.
you want. I have just a visual handout.
Actually, it might be easier if you just take the mic and use the podium for them, whatever's easiest for them, for our neighbors. Okay.
You know, it would be best if it were stamped in the file so the public could see it.
Because, again, we only get to react to what happens on.
But you're not reacting by bringing this paper, pre-reading this paper.
I'm giving it back.
Okay. Okay.
But she
Well,
can
let's
she
go
can
ahead.
present it, though.
You can present
Yeah,
it.
she can
Yeah.
present it.
I don't see why I shouldn't be able to submit
Yeah.
into the record.
Okay.
John, it is new, but it's simply a visual aid for us
I don't know what that
to
means.
guide the
Okay.
board
No.
with our comments. That's all
Okay.
I want to do.
That's
Sir, who's speaking here? Are you speaking, sir? Okay.
Check. It's to you. And then I'd like
So
to, I
they
mean,
shouldn't really
is
be
the rest of the
there.
board refusing to take?
No, no,
You-
no.
you can present it.
Look, the record is open.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
She can
Yeah,
submit it.
yeah.
You can present it.
Well, I just for clarification purposes, we really break our neck to make sure that we get stuff into the board before the board's
Right.
deadline. Is good for the goose, good for the gander here. What are we
We're
doing
not the
here?
applicant here,
No,
John.
it doesn't matter.
All
It
right,
doesn't
let's
matter.
just.
What
I
do we-
can't refuse
For
it
right
from
now,
the
let's just
record,
move. The record is
John.
open, so
I can't refuse
just
it
go.
from the
Let's go ahead
record. I
and
need it in
interest
the
of time and
record.
start your comments, please.
Right.
No, I've had this board refuse to consider things when I didn't get them there in time.
But that's because you were
Rules?
the that's because you were the applicant. Okay, go ahead.
I was never made. It was never made that was the.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Martha Reichert. Toomey Latham Shea, Kelly Dubin Corderaro, 33 West 2nd Street, Riverhead, New York, for the adjoining neighbor, Paul and Rosemary Hunt at 71 Halsey Street. So I want to commend both the board and the applicant for the time that they've taken to review this application, for the changes that have been made to the structure, but I agree with the comments of Board Member Stevenson and the other board members that this isn't an application that's going to make anyone happy. And I think that, Chairman McIntyre was correct. This is an issue of location. And so the visual aid that I've prepared here shows what we would really like the applicant to do, which is to shift the house 12 feet to the south. And I know that the applicant has some issues with the idea of going to the zoning board. It is a 10-foot variance that would be needed. It would not require pyramid relief. And unfortunately, we have one neighbor who is arguably the least affected, who has said that they will oppose it, but they haven't looked at this diagram. And you do have the support of the two actually adjoining neighbors who are the most affected in terms of how the current location of this house will impact their use and enjoyment, and pursuant to your mandate under the code, their property values, right? And so what we ask again is, while this board has held that it can't force someone to go to the zoning board, just as Member Broadley said on an earlier application, this board stands between the code and what should be built, right? And I think that based on just the fact that this is purely a compliant design from a zoning standpoint, doesn't mean that you have to approve it when it seems clear that most members of the board here have reservations about the placement of this structure where it's being proposed. And so what we would like to ask the board is to, again, consider whether or not there is a way to make a design function on this property that does not so detrimentally impact my client and also Jan Kumar's ability to enjoy their backyard. And that 12 feet will, while not completely alleviate the problem, it does actually bring the rear portion of the house in alignment with the existing rear portion of the house. And I think that in that sense preserves the status quo. I know that the applicant has not been willing to explore alternative designs that work with the unusual front yard property line that is at a diagonal. But again, we look at what's existing there, and everyone seems to not have a problem with the existing layout on this property. And so again, I ask this board, is there a way to get the applicant what they want, which is the maximum size house, but without, again, creating this issue that's felt throughout the neighborhood of it being too large, too massive in that sense, right? There isn't a huge difference between what's existing and what's being proposed in terms of GFA and everything else. So again, I think that we're just here again before this board to say that it shouldn't be approved just because it complies with zoning if no one's happy with it at this point. And so we'd like to see if there's anything that we can do to, again, preserve for my clients their use and enjoyment of their backyard and not have a house start where their recreational space begins.
Are you going to speak, sir?
My name's Paul Hunt.
Let's get you a microphone, sir.
I'm sorry. My name's Paul Hunt. I'm my wife and I own 71 Halsey Street, which adjoins 69 on the east side. And I also have spoken with Mrs. Kumar tonight. What bothers us the house bothers me because I think it's totally inharmonious with what's in the cul-de-sac, and I mean I can't convince you of that you could make that ruling. I think we've given you enough in that binder that I supplied to you that you could support an inharmonious determination with respect to the building itself. But what's most important to us is that we have privacy in the backyards. And if the house moves up just a slight bit, 12 feet, I think is what we're saying, the visuals from the side of those houses will not get into the backyard. It's that simple. Let me just say one thing. I may have to put a pool in my house. I had a real bad problem with swimming over at Sag Harbor in the summer. And if I do, I don't want somebody watching me try to do freestyle in a lap pool. I want the privacy of the backyard to do what I want. And if you just move the house up that little bit, they will not be able to look over and watch what we're doing. As for the Duramo objection, let's just call it that. The Duramos live on the other side of the cul-de-sac. If you look at the
we know that the house across the
cul-de-sac
from the turning circle by the driveways.
They're 90 to 90 feet from the front of from the front of the house as we propose to move it. And I say to you, and this is an aesthetic objection.
But sir, we're not the zoning board.
Pardon?
I hear you, but we're not the zoning board.
I know you're not
And
the
I
zoning-
can't.
But you shouldn't even be thinking about the zoning
Well,
board.
no, but you're asking us to, because we can't predict, what another neighbor would feel. I don't think, I understand that they're least affected neighbor, but they're still a vocal neighbor.
I
So,
understand.
What is there?
so go ahead.
I don't,
We don't need to have a debate. Why don't you let him finish his
Okay.
comments?
Okay.
Okay. The fact is that theirs is an aesthetic objection, and I think that can be handled at the zoning board. Ours is a privacy objection, and I think privacy overrules aesthetics in this case. And that's it. I just think we should move. You should ask them to move it up, and Mrs. Kumar and we will support them in front of the zoning board. And if DeRamo wants to argue, we'll argue in front of the zoning board.
Is it possible to have an advisory from the zoning board?
No.
No,
Yeah, there is in the code. We can ask for it.
no. They don't give advisory opinions.
No, to us, the two boards. I've done that.
We can't ask for an advisory
No,
as a
the only
board.
time you can do that is in the
There's a
historical
specific mechanism in that for the code under that.
The historic, in the historic
Yeah.
district alone.
Oh, it's not historic.
Yes.
The issue here is that it is considered arbitrary and capricious for a board to place an applicant stuck between two boards.
Right.
You
Okay.
cannot do it. And also, the neighbor across the street is an affected neighbor. If they filed an Article 78 because you decided you were gonna send this to the zoning board, and they either challenged that determination or they challenged our determination, they would without a doubt have standing. They have just as much standing as Mr. Hunt.
Yes.
Case closed.
No.
I'm sorry.
So you,
We can't do it.
Here's, do we have any other public comments?
I have, oh,
Public comments, John.
I have just one more thing in terms of the aesthetics on the revised landscaping plan that was submitted that the board hasn't touched upon, which is that the fencing and the gate that are proposed, the fencing is a black vinyl and the gate is a chain link that has like a, so I'd just like the board to at
We
least.
actually did bring that up.
Yeah,
I remember that because it was myself who noticed it.
Sure, but I don't think there's been any change to the plans, so I did want to.
Here's the unfortunate truth. Council is right. We are bound by the village code. Now, and the code says we can't force someone who is in a conforming location to go to to ask for a non-conforming location. We can't force that. I think that this board has done a lot of work on this property. Would we prefer that it come forward? Yes. Can we demand it or suggest it? We have done that. But at this point, you don't have 100% support of your neighbors. Therefore, we can't be in a position of saying we're not going to approve something because it needs to come in forward 12 feet. That would therefore would make it non-conforming. This neighbor, at the request, frankly, of you guys and some of the neighbors, has moved the house. They've moved it to the west. They've redecorated the pool. They have made the house smaller. They have done everything we've asked them to do and even volunteered to try to go and put this in front of the zoning board. Their one request was 100% support of the neighbors, which they don't have. So from a design of the house standpoint, I don't find it to be massively out of scale to the neighborhood, to the size of the property. And from a design standpoint, I don't find it to be disharmonious with the property. Do I wish it was in another location? I really do. But that's not what I have at our disposal, that I see at the disposal of the board at this point. So, I mean, what I'm hearing, and we are not going to make everyone happy, but I feel in my 3 years on the board, I don't think we put someone through this kind of ringer who was actually willing to make the amount of changes and even try to work with you to get this done. I think they've been fair, and I think they've really sort of come to the table and tried to be cooperative, and now we are where we are because you don't have 100% support of your neighbors. And council is right. While they may be 90 feet away versus your 20 or 40 or whatever feet away you are in those small lots, they still have standing, and they would still have rights, and they have rights of opinion because they're also an affected neighbor. You guys had a lot of concern about trees. We walked the property. We made them redo completely the landscape plan to understand which trees, because we felt the trees that were on the landscape plan were not probably marked. So board member John Gregory and I literally walked the property with the owner and the landscape architect, had all the trees remarked, talked about the ones that weren't getting light and scrubbed and what they could do to fix them, which is now reflected in the light plan. So I feel that this applicant has done everything they can to try to be cooperative and work with the board and try to work with the neighbor. And I think where they are. So for that reason, I couldn't not support the house at this point. Now that, I'm only one vote, but that's how I feel.
We should see if there's any other public comment.
Okay, I think I did ask. Are there any other public comments? No, there's an updated one.
What, and I don't think we should approve it with the, fence and the chain link.
Whatever fence you want.
Here?
I thought we got that taken care of, but let me just, yes.
I don't know what happened.
Where
Ryan,
is the new
Can you hear the
landscape plan?
conversations? Ryan,
Yeah,
what say you about the fence?
Is this the plan or?
I wasn't involved in the landscape.
No. What say you now about the fence?
Fence on there by any stretch.
Ryan, if we-
That was agreed upon, maybe like 2 or 3 meetings ago. I recall it as well.
So it's on the plan that we're looking at, right?
What would you like the fence?
What's the date of the
can't tell
landscape
you.
plan you have, John?
I don't know what.
We'll make the fence
year.
we'll make the fence a stockade fence 4 feet high. Is that acceptable?
It won't work for the pool.
We'll make the fence
5
5 feet.
Well, there.
No,
So
it
5
has to
feet high on
be,
this. I don't wanna,
The
I was
pool-
trying to
you
not
can't
impact-
crawl through the slats. The pool thing
Stock-
is
You
serious.
can do a stockade fence for a pool.
You can do a stockade.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what I'm going to say
5 feet.
is what is on your plan is 4 foot across the back of the house. It says 4 foot black vinyl CL fence at code.
Well, nobody wants that, so we'll make it a
Okay, so-
stockade fence.
Okay.
Condition. Can you move the mic, John?
Sorry.
I have no problem with the condition that the fence be made.
I'm gonna tell you-
Rather than a stockade fence.
What I'm actually going to say is what we'd like to do, put a hedgerow in and,
Yeah,
and
hedgerow,
a hedgerow in with a
exactly.
white wood typical gate.
Oh, here.
Because
This is,
where it's located, you don't want stockade.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll put a hedgerow,
this was the one that was
a
revised.
privet hedgerow
Is it still
Yes,
on here? It still
thank you.
says black vinyl CL fence.
Okay.
on the property line.
As
And then
for
what
public,
you
the
can do
fence
is
we're
you
ta- the
can
fence we're
weave
talking
wire
about goes
fence
across
on
the
that.
back, and it's
Right.
it's the
Yeah.
pool
That
fence
are
across the
they
back.
okay, that would.
Yeah, you put privet in and then you weave a wire fence through it and in
Then
one
that does
season
make
it
sense.
disappears. So would
Okay,
we
so
be fine
then
with
what
that?
I'm going to actually ask then is that you agree to, I don't care if the fence is going between, so you're going to agree to put a hedgerow and a covered fenced hedgerow in that area with a white typical gate going to the backyard.
Yes, agreed. in full.
Okay. Okay. Then I'm going to motion we accept the application for 69 Halsey Street pending, with the stipulation for a hedgerow to be placed across the back, which was currently marked on the plan stated 9-1 as a self-locking closing gate in black vinyl, be a hedgerow with a buried fence and a white typical wood gate going to the backyard.
At my request.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for working with us.
Listen, this one's been through the ringer. Listen, I appreciate your attempt at cooperation, because I know how hard you worked at it, and I actually
Yeah.
appreciate Ryan's all his work
He
to
does
try
an
to help
awful
us
lot.
on
He's done an
site,
awful
so.
lot of work. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, board members.
okay.
Since we don't have a written decision here, I just want to make sure that condition gets recorded.
Jackie's got it.
Okay,
great.
so next up for 31 Pheasant Close North.
Is that the one they didn't have
Good.
the?
Give me one second, give me 1 second, I gotta get organized here. This is the file.
Okay, there were two
Okay,
folders.
you want me to give that?
There was,
There were two folders.
went that way.
the other, there were 2 folders with this.
It's marked folder 2.
There we go. Thanks. There we go. Jackie, I'm ready.
Okay.
Should I begin?
You 12 seconds to stand. Your last one had a lot of paper, John. Okay.
Okay, thank you. John Bennett, Bennett and Reed, Colin Bertram is with me, as is Raymond Renaud. Always a pleasure working with Raymond, a great architect and a gentleman. I was retained after the first meeting, took a look at these plans, and pretty much said to my new client, all metal roof, why don't you just paint a target on your back? That's not something that this board is going to approve. I drove through the neighborhood a couple of times. It's not a necessarily consistent neighborhood. It's a sort of pastiche of stuff that goes on in there. It's not a historic part of the neighborhood. So there's been a fair amount of liberality with architectural styles. But worked pretty hard, I think. Hopefully you'll agree with, and I'll just, highlight some of the changes. I bubbled them if you want them, but I realized I didn't get it on time. But so I'll just go through them verbally, but Ray did bubble them if you want to see them that way. Well, the roofing was changed to natural cedar. And then we reduced the overall window size. We changed the canopy in the front to wood. Most of the changes are in the front. We changed the metal surround to wood. We eliminated the modern louvers. We removed the metal as spandrel material and changed it to natural horizontal cedar. There was concerns about the parking, and we reduced the overall parking area and eliminated parking spaces alongside the house, and reduced some landscape bed in exchange for that. So we made a lot of significant changes, and I do have a bubbled comparison sheet if you want to see it. If not, that's fine. I do want Ray to go through the changes that he's made, and then if you would, we'll ask for your comment and discussion. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for reviewing our application the first time around. One thing I wanted to bring with me tonight was some samples of the materials for the house. I think it was pointed out in the last meeting that the windows were black, and that's not the case. It's actually a bronze color, which is this here.
Let me see.
We also have, which is an architectural bronze. It's not black.
Good.
That's been noted on the plans
Right,
previously as
still-
well.
It's very dark.
Yes. Natural cedar, which is just a sample of a weathered natural cedar, and a very warm limestone veneer, which would be used on chimneys. And so I think the color palette is very natural, and I think the color palette is very soft in comparison to black window situation that I think everybody was thinking. Sometimes it's very hard to dictate in the rendering what that is. Sorry about that.
Do you want to talk about some of
The changes? Sure.
in materials and fenestration and sizing and.
Sure.
And we tried to break up some of the window lines. You'll take the board through the
Yeah.
changes.
So one of the things I think that was also not apparent on our last presentation was the existing privet hedge that will remain in front of the house along the street, and the existing trees that will remain along the street. We revised the rendering, as you can see here on my screen, first and foremost to a cedar roof, which I think gives the house a much softer appearance, not as hard of an edge. I think the comments about a commercial building, definitely lend itself to a metal structure, and this definitely softens the entire house quite a bit. You'll notice that the spandrel pieces, the metal spandrel sections that gave the appearance of a continuation of the window glass or the window system as more of a curtain wall has now been eliminated. And we've created horizontal, vertical cedar in between those windows to kind of help break up the facade. Separation. We've also eliminated the louver system that was kind of concealing those corner windows on the left-hand side of the screen here. That was a wrapping kind of louver system, very modern. Obviously, we want to head in a more kind of traditional direction, so we did that as well. As far as the parking area in the front, it was very large. We did have the accommodation to fit quite a few cars. Now you've got the accommodation to fit 3. We also increased the landscape bed along the front side of the house. And you can see that the privet hedge still remains around that parking area as well. The front facade, where the front door is, the glass has been shortened, and all of the metal components that were once there have been removed, and it's less commercial looking. It's much more residential. Those were really the major changes that we decided to make with the clients.
There was a reduction in the size of the windows.
Yes,
as well.
also a reduction in the size of the windows, the ones in the front, and also that narrow, the narrow vertical element on the front elevation has been reduced. I think the overall appearance of the house is much softer and much more residential compared to what we had in the previous application.
Okay. Board members.
I'll jump in because I'm very familiar with this property. I don't see anywhere where you have the mature cherry trees on your renderings.
The existing cherry trees by the existing driveway. So whatever trees are existing in the front of the house will remain. We're happy to try to have them located by the surveyor, but any trees that would be, I guess, in the way of the
So
construction.
right now, this driveway that you show is the same location as the driveway is now? Or are you moving the driveway?
The driveway is being relocated.
To relocate the driveway, I'm just not sure what you're doing with those trees. I would just like to see that on the landscape plan.
Yeah, we could definitely put those in. I think the existing driveway, you can see on this plan, is noted in red and dashed in. So if those cherry trees work with the existing location, you know, of the, doesn't look like there's any construction happening in there, I'm sure they would be happy to leave those.
And are you still planning 2 curb cuts? I know that was a concern of ours.
Yes, the client would like to maintain the 2 curb cuts.
It's more than 120 feet in width. The village code specifically allows for 2 curb cuts.
Oh,
I think what our concern was, as people have lived next door to this house for a while, that's a very busy corner. My concern, because that's not from a purview, my concern was people fly around that corner, and the original curb cut was so close to the corner where there are 2 speed bumps, that was dangerous.
Well, I guess what we could do is, the village code has a couple sections that deal with that. One of them is to make sure that any hedging on a corner like that is cut down.
Because you have it all the way around there, yeah.
Are those their roads or the village roads?
It's a private road.
It's a private
See,
road.
private, so.
Yeah. But I mean, if you wanted,
So the curb cut thing, I don't know. if
That's
that
actually not,
applies.
and that's kind of
Yeah.
outside our purview, so
Yeah.
let's go back to the
forget
house.
it.
But that's one of the comments,
Okay.
was dangerous, frankly.
Yes.
Because I used to literally live around the corner from this house, so I watch kids get almost injured there a lot. So, all right. Board members?
So I personally find it's like, I don't know what the term, the height, the fact that the roofs are so short compared to the massiveness of the walls is I think is not not architecturally pleasing to me. That it makes the place look so massive, which was part of the problem before, and kind of industrial. That these things are just sitting up there, where if they came down a little more, maybe it would just seem like more of a residential situation.
The-
I find it really unappealing.
The wings on either side,
No,
Susan?
the roof itself, look.
Okay.
The actual dimensions of the roof, north to south, if you look at this house, it looks like an afterthought. They're just too narrow. It doesn't come down enough. Like the smaller wing on the right, that looks okay.
Oh, I see.
But and that's part of what was objected to before.
I mean, this is a two-story dwelling.
I understand that,
Yes.
sir.
Let's get all the board comments.
I'm finished.
So,
Jeff?
yeah, Susan makes a good point. So, yeah, and I couldn't figure what was the visual issue, and maybe it's right that there's a lack of verticality in the roof, and as a result, it makes it look more commercial than I think what your intent is. Now, I don't know if that's the result of you having, yes, it's 2 stories, but if each of the stories inside are 12-foot
That's it.
ceilings, then, and you're up against the pyramid law, that might, and if that's what's dictating it, that's creating this visual problem. So I don't know, what just how do you?
It's
can't
not,
imagine.
that's
I
a
can't imagine
10-foot
it's good.
ceiling on the first floor and a 9-foot ceiling on the second
Yeah,
floor.
all right, so that should be workable.
I don't think there's a pyramid problem. You're pretty.
No,
on
we're
this,
good
on this
with the-
size property, the pyramid law is not probably an
Yeah,
issue.
it's not the issue.
Yeah, so that's not,
Design
oh,
issue.
I see, so it's just,
It's a
Right,
choice,
okay.
it's a choice issue.
yeah, okay. Yeah, well, maybe it's, would benefit from a little bit more verticality, and I don't know if that's raising the ridge line up a foot or two. I don't know, I'm not a designer. But what I will say, what I can see with my eyes is, I appreciate the fact that that's construction bronze, but boy, it looks pretty close to black to me. And your renderings reflect a much softer palette than what the actual samples reflect. Those were my 2 issues, and I think it could look more residential if in fact it had more residential scaling.
Okay, so I'm going to agree with that, because right now, the weight of the roof versus the weight of the side curtain walls of this house is off. It makes the roof look light and doesn't make the house look properly anchored, whether you're going to put a taller roof with a steeper pitch, or whether you're going to bring the eaves wider. The roof feels mingy compared to the mass of the house.
Correct.
There's way too much glass in the house still. We have not approved a see-through house here. So the glass front door and the all-glass expanse over the front door is not something we've approved. We like solid front doors. Next to it, which makes it look like a commercial office building, you have that huge, massive glass window there. I'm assuming that's probably the stairwell. But just the amount of the glass facing forward is massive. While there is a bit of a hodgepodge, the hodgepodge of houses that are around there are mostly built on more classic forms and not modern. There's 1 or 2 back in the back, but most of them are built on more classic forms of this, and I still think you have a massive amount of hardscape around it, which still is giving the appearance to me of looking like an office building versus a residential building. Now, if we go elevation by elevation, if you go to A201, again, we have the glass front door, you have that massive window. These all casements?
Yes, mostly fixed
Mostly,
windows.
they're all fixed or casement, right?
Fixement, and
Because you have a
casements.
massive amount of light coming forward in the house, and across the back you have a massive amount of light going backwards with literally no protection, partially because you have no eaves, but no protection of that light coming forward. When I look at, especially on page A202, what is the lights? What's the U-shaped light situation there to the garage, and are those glass garage doors?
Those are glass garage doors.
That's also something we've not approved for glass garage doors.
You talk
Just
about the
everything is
inverted-
being,
that
everything,
inverted view?
this house looks like the walls exist to support the most amount of glass you could probably put in it. And that's making it look extremely contemporary, extremely office-like, and it's also has the ability to line up like the Bonn Airport compared to its neighbors and be a light pollution issue. I know you want a contemporary house, but it needs to be a house that's still built and is harmonious with its neighbors. To the house that you have to the west of that is a very traditional house.
Uh-huh.
The house that you have across the street are two traditional houses, one that's recently done, as is the house across the street. I'm not saying it has to be a traditional house, but you've made such a departure and such a contemporary expression of this. I don't think it's, both in its mass and scale and its design choices, architecturally harmonious to its neighborhood.
So we did some calculations for the percentage of glass, and on the two side walls, we have a 14% and an 18%. Is that acceptable to the board?
Tell me which.
The garage elevation is, I believe, 18%.
The garage elevation, I would tell you, it's not about the glass, it's about the positioning of the glass. You've got this sort of,
Yeah, those
frankly,
wrap
it looks like
above
it looks like a
those-
Rubik's Cube, actually.
I'm glad it doesn't look like a.
And the glass garage doors add to that.
What was the comment last time? It was
CVS.
a Rite Aid.
Okay.
So we're moving away from Rite Aid, so that's good.
Step forward.
Yeah.
All right. So if you're looking at A202, those, other than the all-glass garage doors, if those are solid garage doors, I don't think that's where your problem is. I think your problem is A201 when you look at your south elevation.
Which faces the backyard.
Doesn't matter to us. You can still, doesn't matter to us.
Okay. Would it matter
Because
if
your
we
backyard
propo-
also faces people,
Okay.
so it's way too much glass.
Mark, if I
And
may,
also the
Mark,
massive amount that you have in your north elevation, which is it's not something we would,
Mark.
it's too much.
That's the back elevation. I
Yes.
just want to circle, I want to make sure I'm pinpointing what you're talking about.
that's
Okay.
a massive glass.
Okay, no, I'm not arguing. I'm
Yeah.
just-
And
All
are
over
you
the
planning on
place.
staining it gray? It's not a natural cedar shade?
No, it's a natural cedar. This is weathered natural cedar. You know,
Okay.
that's a red cedar.
Okay, just curious
And I
because.
find, I find like the vertical boards against the horizontal boards against the fixed windows, those are all very almost commercial-looking applications. It just doesn't look like it fits into this residential neighborhood yet.
Okay.
That's my.
There are several stucco homes in that neighborhood as
Yes,
well,
yes,
which
there are. There are a few.
are commonly
There's not
used in
several. There are a few.
commercial,
But yeah,
commercial applications as
Yeah.
well.
but some of those are stucco houses still built on traditional framework. If you go down the street to the right, it's 7th. I know that
Yeah,
area
there's-
so well.
There's one, I think, in
Um,
number 90 that's
But
stucco.
we're not going to argue those houses right now. We're going to argue
Sure.
this house and the opinion. You've heard 4 different people tell you what those opinions are, and they all kind of match.
Uh-huh.
So that's the opinions of the board.
Would there be any value in using a low E3 glass,
No,
which
you've got too
diminishes?
much of it, and your window choices are more in fixed windows. It's giving the appearance of almost commercial in nature.
Uh,
So I think you really need to rethink your style type, and probably color of fenestration. Because
Okay.
basically, you really want to build a really contemporary house here, and we're telling you we don't think it's the kind of contemporary house you
I
want to build
understand.
is harmonious.
Yep.
And I think that's what you're hearing.
I think that most of the homes that are there are pretty, shingle style, cookie cutter style homes from a development that was built in
Well,
the
actually, you've
early
got a 50-50
90s.
ratio in there. 50% of those houses were built because my house that I lived in was called Small Potatoes, because that was a big potato farm that was sold by the people that owned my house.
Oh.
So what's back there was a bunch of developer houses were built in the 80s, and
Right.
over time, as the land become valuable, they've been torn down or renovated, and very big, more classic houses are
Sure.
built back there.
Yeah.
But there's not a lot. There's 2 or 3 contemporary houses on the way back side,
Yep.
and we've approved a lot of houses in there in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
So we're pretty familiar with what's in there.
Was 54 one of the houses that was recently approved?
I don't remember the numbers.
It's a white house with
Okay.
black
I
windows.
don't
We should
remember the
move on
numbers.
to public
Yeah,
comments.
Yeah.
Are there any public comments?
Thank you.
As usual.
All right, John, what would you like to do?
Well, I think, you're not gonna be able to do anything in a week. Right?
Oh, and what, Thanksgiving,
because
the
you got
turkey's
the
gonna come to your
holiday,
house?
No. I mean, we can
Yes.
come back and.
Yeah.
Do you want to adjourn to the 27th or the 11th, or do you want to adjourn to the 27th and then adjourn it again if you're not ready?
Okay. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, let's adjourn. When we're ready.
No,
we'll
we're
represent.
clearly adjourning,
I know.
trust me. Okay. But the question is, can you turn
Thank you.
something around in essentially, what is the
27th.
10 days?
Or December 11th.
Yeah, I think we're probably 11th.
The 11th of
Yeah.
December?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That makes more sense.
I move we accept the applicant's request to adjourn 31 Pheasant Close to December
that's
the
not a
11th.
problem.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks for your input.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Okay, next up is 222 White Street.
Not that many. You're kidding.
Yeah, I understand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Is the applicant
Too
here?
many. 12 more? You get like a cookie
Yeah,
or anything?
This is what we get. We're having one meeting in November.
Bill Slice supposed to be joining by Zoom. I
Okay.
believe. Yeah.
Yep. Bill, you there?
No.
Yeah, one more time, 222 White Street. Are you there? Is he there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we,
Yep.
yeah, now we can.
Yes.
Okay,
Hello, can you see me now?
Okay.
we can.
Yeah, hey, Bill.
Very good.
Okay,
I'd like to share my screen.
hang on before you do that. You are,
I'm Kathy Kalecki, and I am the owner of 222 White Street.
great, thank you. Bill?
You're owner of 220?
222, this house.
222.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
No.
Well, we can see your screen, but you haven't clicked on a file.
Try to open it. Click.
Can you see the screen now?
No, we can see the screen, but we can, well, we say, you haven't opened a file. Do you see pictures on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then close it, and what you have to do is close it and resend it, because it's not picking up the file.
Okay.
Bill, if you have multiple monitors, you may be sharing the wrong monitor.
I see. Multiple monitors? I'm on a laptop, I only see the one.
Close out of your share and reshare, because it's not updating your share.
I see, okay, I'll try that. New share?
No, sir?
You didn't close that.
Does that do it?
There we are,
Yes.
there you are. Okay?
Okay, you can see that?
Yes, sir?
Okay, good. What we've done is we've changed the materials on this house quite significantly. Previously, we had a vertical board and batten, white painted siding. We had much heavier trim around the large window in the front, and we had a very simpler trim on the rake boards. We've added pieces to the rake boards to give them a little more detail. We've changed the material of the building to cedar, natural cedar, which will, over time, it's a Alaskan yellow cedar. It will turn to a pleasant silvery gray. We continue to have the cobblestone colored asphalt shingle roof. We've added panels between the stacked windows, changed the proportions of the windows to give them more consistent verticality. We have a solid wood mahogany front door with side lights divided. At the rear, similarly, we've added panels, made what we had as a one single large stacked square window over the sliding doors. We made those into pairs, made them all smaller, larger panels between the spandrel. Made the fireplace chimney is going to have is going to be brick with clay chimney pots. Let's see. Would you like to see the side view as well? Can you see that?
Yes? Yes, please take us on all four elevations.
Yes. On the west elevation, we've added, we've made the windows, the lower windows a little more vertical, like to respond to the language of the other parts of the house. We put the panels not only between the spandrels, but also at the bottom of the windows, so that they look similar to the sliders which are on the house, that have a three-quarter glazed area and a lower quarter panel. On the east elevation, little has really changed, other than we've slightly changed the proportions of the double hung windows to be a little more vertical in appearance.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think that covers it.
Okay. Board members.
Could you describe what the roof coloration would be, since these are black and white?
Yes, Susan, I know you weren't here for that. It's a mottled light gray. It has the appearance of being, sort of a slate mixture.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I know we had a question about stacked cars. I want to know if that had been addressed.
Jane, unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do. We're required to have the number of parking spaces shown. We also can only move one car to access another car. We've got we also have to provide an adequate size area at the front of the house for the new IA, nitrogen reducing septic system, which you may know requires more surface area than the older septic and cesspool type of system. So, we're pretty much fixed into what we can do with the parking.
Alex, can you just comment? Because we talked about this, I think. I think from a code standpoint, this passes code.
Yes, I believe the building inspectors verified that it passes code for parking.
Because the village code is you can't have to move more than one car.
Okay.
So, and if this is typical for where they are on this street, actually.
In order for it to legally count as a parking space, that's correct. You can stack 2 vehicles, but you cannot stack 3 and have them count as 3 parking spaces.
Any other design comments?
Yeah. So my question, Bill and Kathy, is the use of the white dividers between the windows. You have it on 3 elevations, but not on the east elevation, and I think the house looks simpler and more in the Southampton look if there's without that. So is that a recent, because I wasn't at the previous meeting.
That was actually one of the suggestions been made by the architectural consultant, by Arthur Fraser.
Really?
The boxing, yeah.
Huh.
I think it breaks up the.
I think it breaks up the verticality,
walls.
and it's also
It breaks up the
a
wall.
slightly more traditional
Well,
element.
if you had just shingles in there.
Well, you can look at the one without those things.
Right, on the east
And
elevation.
I think
It gives it more character?
Challenge
Yeah.
it may be, it's better with the white.
Okay.
Is this metal on this north, above the front door? What am I looking at?
Yeah, that's standing seam.
You're correct. That also, we had a flat roof there. At the suggestion of the consultant, we've made that a pitched roof It's a low-pitched roof. I think you've heard this explanation at other times. The metal roofs, work much better with these very, flatter pitched roofs.
So-
It also gives us a little bit of a relief as far as the materials go.
And what's the vertical, I don't know what,
Oh, there's we have a vertical stained cedar siding.
and above that one window above the front door, what is that? It
What is what?
says, standing
Uh,
seam metal
I'm-
roof. But
I'm
that,
not certain what, I'm not certain what.
I answered my question.
Right.
So there's a metal roof above the front door, then there's stained cedar, and then there's another metal roof above that one window, right?
That's correct,
Right.
that's correct.
Now, that one, Bill, is that not a steeper
Pitch.
slope or pitch? And could you not use cedar shingle on that and just limit
Well, the roof
the
is-
metal, the seam metal to the,
Actually, I have had a steeper roof, and that was one of the things that we cut down in
Yeah,
order
with the roof for the
to,
shiplap.
make it more consistent with the lower roof. So they're gonna have a similar pitches, actually.
Because the roof is asphalt.
right? Oh, okay.
You wouldn't want to go from asphalt to just that little shingled roof.
Oh,
Right. And if you did that in
oh,
asphalt?
right, that's our mistake.
Yeah, you could do it in asphalt.
Would
From
it
from my personal standpoint, I think that's because the color is a darker gray, I believe.
Mhm.
That's correct.
No, it's a lighter gray. It's zinc gray. It breaks up the massing of it when you see it against
Yeah,
all the art.
yeah.
When you
No,
actually see it against
that's
asphalt
That's true, too.
asphalt shingle.
Yep. Okay.
And actually, the vertical cedar siding there is going to be the same color as the rest of the siding, so it may say stain, but Bill, I do believe that it will just weather like the Alaskan cedar.
Yeah, we
Wait a
just.
minute, you're talking about the ship, yeah, because the plan says it's white.
Yeah, it's not white.
Okay.
The vertical cedar or the shiplap above the front door, that's not going
Yeah,
to be white.
what's supposed to say white there is the trim around the window.
Well, what it says is 1x6 vertical shiplap siding white.
Oh, all right, well, I think my draftsman misunderstood my note to him, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's gonna be
Oh,
Alaskan,
over here, no wonder. I
Okay.
couldn't see it.
Yeah.
Here's,
Alaskan
That won't be
cedar.
easy.
What about the front door?
well, the front door is solid. It's confusing because the way the draftsman's drawn the
Yeah.
human being,
Okay.
it looks clear, but it's actually
Yeah,
not clear. It's
that's
actually
clear.
solid. There's a note on that off the door.
Okay.
Well, I would tell you that my opinion is, versus where we were, that you took into consideration the notes, and you especially took into considerations of the note from our architectural consultant. And I think we're at a place right now where it's a little more contemporary from the street, but I think it's built on classic form, especially if you take that white away and make that natural. It's a house that I would approve. But
What do you want? White
No,
where?
this says white.
It's
Oh, okay.
mislabeled.
Yeah, it's mislabeled.
Apologies for that, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
because you're gonna have a white window in there, and then the white window will stand out, which would be nice.
Alice, can Mark write that up when he signs it? If he
We
does.
can, so what we can do is have a motion to approve with the condition that the plan be
Yeah.
corrected.
Yeah, I'll approve it pending receipt of corrected drawings.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Do I have any comments from the public?
So much interest.
I don't know what's up there. Everybody's getting ready for Thanksgiving time. Okay.
All right.
All right, so I'm actually going to move to accept the application for 222 White Street from drawings dated November 7th with pending the receipt of updated drawings with the vertical shiplap indicated on page 201, move from white to natural. Is there a second?
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
Aye. There you go.
Well,
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
board member.
Thank you. Now, did you just buy the house?
Yes,
Okay.
closed in March of this year, though. Yeah.
Okay, congratulations.
Well, thank you.
I'd watch them do some work on the house. I'd get ready to put
That
it on
was-
market.
That was me as well.
Okay.
We were getting it to rent it in the summer, but as we know, the summer rental market wasn't what it has been in the past. But we did do quite a bit of work on it, yes.
Great, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you very much.
You're
All right.
welcome.
I have to say, I admire your stamina. This is amazing.
We only have 11 more copies to go.
All right, so thank you.
Check
Thank
back
you.
later. I need
Next
you.
up is 27 Adams Lane.
All right, thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, everyone.
27 Adams Lane.
Is it a no-show? We don't have, that's fine.
This is a fast
It's all
one.
clock.
Anyone here? Okay, I'm going to recall it then. Then let's.
Brian is, he's here, he's just on mute.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you're back. Okay.
Back again.
All right. Take
Nice
us
to
through.
see you.
Last time. Take us through your changes.
Excellent. So I know it's getting late here, so I'm gonna keep it kind of short and sweet for you guys, if that's okay.
Please.
We like short and sweet.
Great. So Ryan Kesson, architect, 27 Adams Lane. The last comments that we had were pretty minor. Let me share my screen with you. Can you see my screen, board members?
We can?
Okay, so the comments were very simple. There was regards to the windows on the front fenestration, which certainly helps it. And then it was also with regards to this balcony on the back. Originally I had railings, but what I did is I also just put a roof around it. We did not increase the balcony size at all. We've already reduced it 50% from the original proposal. But what this allows us to do is to bring the columns out to here, and it doesn't look so squatty from this view. So, short and sweet, that's about the best I could do. So, can I have your comments, please?
Didn't you also, did you change, is it this round of the round before you changed the window color to white?
Oh, so we also changed the materials, yes.
Yes.
So we went to a natural cedar here with white trim on the windows.
Great. Okay. Board members?
What color are the windows?
White, no. Board members? Jane?
I find the gables with one having the roof over it and the other one not, just somewhat displeasing looking. It just looks very off to me. I like asymmetrical, but just something about how big that roof looks just seems this compared to this.
On page 4.1. 4.1.
Okay.
You still have a recessed balcony over the right side triple decker doors,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, this proportion hasn't changed at all. It's exactly the same.
Right.
It's just we brought this roof piece out over here. We just pulled it out instead of having a railing there. And what that does is allows us to pull the columns out over here. That way you don't have like a column sitting like in the middle of the
Look at
porch,
it,
would be just, it's just
Go back.
not good design by any stretch. So, we, try to, we basically killed two birds with one stone. So-
left-hand side.
so in other words,
Yeah, that's
if
an
you look at
inset
the
balcony.
plan-
That's what, it looks weird in the rendering
Yeah,
because it looks flat, but it's actually not on that side.
okay.
No.
Yeah, it sometimes a,
Yeah, sometimes renderings
yeah.
look funky.
For sure.
Jeff?
No, other than I noticed in the minutes, Susan, you were concerned about the balcony the last session. Is that not an issue? I mean, in terms of the neighbors?
Balconies are an issue for me. Why do you need them? What is the purpose? I just think it's a privacy thing, it just should be.
Jeff? Any other comments?
I don't know, I'm just trying to look at the site plan relative to and the balcony is on the,
It's 6 feet deep. It's off the master bedroom. It's 6 feet deep by 13 wide.
okay, and
But
it's on,
It's 6 feet deep.
yes, it's not gonna,
Page 3.1.
yeah.
It's almost in the middle of the lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
fine unless
yeah,
you're their
I see.
neighbor.
Yeah, I see, and it's recessed. Yeah,
It's recessed?
Yeah, I think in the scheme of things, it's
How
not.
close, oh, I have to get the site plan. Well, it doesn't show the neighbors.
Actually, they've made it, from my perspective, they've made it smaller and it's not deep.
Right, it is smaller.
And because the roof line comes all the way up, that's gonna take care of some of the privacy issues we had
Yeah.
before, between that and the driveway side of the other neighbor.
Oh, it's recessed, I'd be willing.
Yeah.
I don't love it,
Okay.
I don't get it. It's like, so you can step outside to what? Look at your neighbors, that's my problem.
I would answer that, but I'm not gonna answer that. All right.
I have other ideas.
Do we have any comments from the public? All right.
I'm good.
I'm going to move we accept the application for 27 Adams Lane based on drawings dated November 3rd, 2023 that reflect white windows and natural siding. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
I'm
And-
voting against
Oh,
it.
and, I'm sorry, one nay. All right. Next up, we have 145 Harvest Lane.
Have a great night, guys. Thank you.
No, oh, what happened to 53 Halsey, it was adjourned?
I have one.
It was adjourned.
That was adjourned.
Yeah, that was adjourned.
Okay, I have the previous.
That's you, isn't it? Yeah, you, isn't it?
145 Harvest
145
Lane.
Harvest?
Yeah.
That's okay. If I remember correctly, you came in, I asked you to take a second swing at the porch, because I felt that we might like to see something slightly different, and you've done that, and you're about to present it.
Yep. Good evening, board
If I
members.
remember correctly, that was the only thing we had left to discuss.
Yeah,
All right.
My name's Brian Glasser. I'm the architect representing 145 Harvest. Yeah, as Mark mentioned, his comments, I think we got positive feedback for pretty much the entire house. When it comes to the front entry portico, we originally had a sweeping roof line that came down with like a gable end. What I did here is added a hip to wrap the front porch, and also I just kind of took the liberty to bring a larger sweep towards the front, which helps break down the massing of that reverse gable, so that hip kind of follows all the way through around the entire house pretty much. Yeah, and that was pretty much the changes that were made.
Okay, that was the only change to last time, right? That's the only thing we asked
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
Board members?
I think it looks nice.
Yeah, I think it's a great improvement, just a
Yeah,
little
honestly,
bit, and I love
it
the
is.
wrapping of the
What, you
shingle.
laughing? 'Cause
Thank you. No, I could have went either way, but like I said, originally with just the hip, and then I think by adding the sweep across the
Sweep.
front, I think it helped break the massing of that gable down, which I know you guys will appreciate. So.
Any comments from the public? I'm gonna go on record that just says I'm glad I asked you to take a second swing at it. I think
Okay, I agree
think
with
it's
you,
great.
I thought it was cruel.
Yeah. So motion to accept the
did.
application, you did, I know. It's a motion to accept the application 145 Harvest Lane. Do I have 4 drawings dated? What the dates are drawings? 4 drawings dated September 19th, 2023. Is there a second?
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I know, she actually told me she thought it was good.
right, which for me is something, actually.
Whole nother page.
All right, moving right along.
It's true.
Moving
Sorry.
right along.
Boy,
Oh.
you really are, you're,
I am.
good work.
I'm trying to get.
We
trying to-
need.
Let me get confused and I get lost.
Got a lot
Okay.
done. So we approve that?
Let's say
Okay,
that.
this is pretty.
Where are we up to?
This is a garage, 14 Old Town.
14 Old Town.
Celia and Henry McGee.
Do you have affidavits and are they in order?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
Good evening, board
If I'm
members.
correct- If I'm correct, you're just correcting a roof line on a
Correct.
garage, correct?
Yes, Sia Maksami, architect for the McGee's.
Okay.
Simple as here, basically, we have an existing main structure, an existing pool house in the rear yard. Main house, very symmetrical both in the street side and the rear yard. The location of the pool house on the corner of the lot, on the south west corner of the lot, basically with a privet hedge separating it from the pool bricks, the backyard, What we're planning to do is take that hedge out and basically bring the pool house more engaged in the backyard. And part of that is also to bring the architecture of it more in line with the main house. So we're changing the roof line, the pitch of the roof, to be a closer mimicking of the main house's pitch, still conforming to the heights. Same material, the addition, basically, the bump out towards the pool was a flat roof. We're introducing a shed from the main roof onto that. And also the garage door, we're designing something more in line with their actual old style doors that open up. It's not a roll up, it's a standard hinged door. More in line with the front door of the house as far as its design and architecture, with the trim being a little bit more detailed, which you can see in the drawings. But
Is that the pediment trim over the doors?
correct, the pediment trim. That's primarily what we're suggesting here.
Okay. Just an odd question, there was a tree right up against the right-hand side of that garage.
We're
Is it still
staying
there?
as is, we're not touching that.
Okay. Board members?
I have no objection.
Jane?
No objection.
No objection.
All right.
Actually, when you look at the roof line of the existing house, this is more in line. It makes it look a lot better. I have no objections. Is there any public comment? Okay, so I'm going to move we accept the application for 14 Old Town Crossing from drawings dated September 21st. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
you.
139 Bishop's Lane. We're into the Lisa Lazoga rundown, I think, here now.
She's always last. or
No,
close
this
to
time
it.
she's got several
Oh.
projects, so we get her.
Still, she's always at the end.
She
I don't know-
presents
I don't know how
quickly.
she's so lucky.
I don't know
She's-
what.
Okay.
Wasn't this, did you work on this before this
Yes.
house? Do I have a deja vu?
Yes.
Okay, never
Yes.
mind.
Okay.
We have affidavits. They're
And are
good.
they in order?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Yes, so Susan has a good memory.
Thank God.
We did a small addition to,
This sort
to
of
this
wire
house.
thing, is that right?
The addition was, this little portion off over here on the kind of the south end of the building.
Right.
If you remember it, this house is kind of a
Quirky.
rambling,
Yeah.
quirky house. So there's an existing pool house in the back of the property, and we're going to, or we wish to, knock that down, and rebuild a pool house and a garage, two individual structures. The pool house will be slightly bigger than it is now, really, with just the addition of a bathroom bump out, in the same general location that it currently is, with the garage, a separate freestanding garage 5 feet away from it. And everything will match the house, the cedar shingles, white trim, asphalt roof.
Okay.
This is the existing house, just
Yeah.
if you all remember.
We went over there,
We're
yeah.
we're in the driveway today. Board members?
I'm just curious how old the house is.
Oh, it's piece,
I know it's,
pieced
I
together.
understand it's pieced together and piecemeal, but the pool house actually looks old. Looks like,
Not,
no?
no,
Not that old.
no. No, not
I
at
think
all.
it's just. So there's 5 feet between the garage and the,
Correct.
how's that?
That's code.
It's code for between
Okay.
structures.
I should know that.
Any other comments?
No, I'm just trying to, on the plot plan, there's what, a little, I don't know if that's gravel, or the driveway comes along the side?
Yes, and that's all
Okay.
existing now. That currently does
Yeah,
that.
all right. No, it's fine, no objections.
Any public comment?
That's just $5.
Okay. Then I'm going to move we accept the application of 139 Bishop's Lane for construction of an accessory garage and accessory pool house from drawings dated September 21st. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, next up is 40 John Street.
No, what happened to the last?
Oh, I'm sorry, 60, I missed one, 64 Pulaski.
Where do I start, Mark?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so John Bennett Reed from the applicant, and Colin Bertram is here with me. Sal Chiarelli is, can I butcher your name?
Cicerelli. You got it better than most.
Well, I thought I'd try the hard R, but sometimes that gets me in trouble unless I'm in Italy. Hard C, I should say. So the property this property was totally redeveloped in 2008, and at present there's an existing single-family residence and a detached two-car garage and a detached swimming pool. So the project is to demolish the existing pool house and reconfigure the existing garage into a pool house. In addition, the applicant wants to construct a one-car attached garage, which will be located on the side of the residence where there is currently an existing covered porch. This application will result in a reduction in lot coverage and, again, the removal of an existing detached pool house structure. And the important motive here is that the owner seeks an attached garage so that she can access the automobile area without having to deal with inclement weather or cold. Attached garages are a common feature in the village. I did take a walk around the neighborhood the other day, and I noticed that at 170 Pulaski Street, located on the south side of Pulaski, there's a front-facing attached garage. The house is currently under construction, so relatively recently approved, and at 163 Pulaski, 153 Pulaski, 133 Pulaski, 73 Pulaski, and 166 Pulaski, there were front-facing attached garages. So I'm just trying to give you a little bit of a snapshot of the neighborhood. And then I would just ask Sal to describe the project to you.
So, like you said, we're decluttering the property a lot. The materials for the garage and the pool house are going to be red cedar to match the house. White windows, doors, trim, again, same to match existing. The front garage door is going to be cedar with cedar casing so that it's not a big white square to the street.
Can you bring that up on your, just the elevation, the front elevation?
That's the street.
Do we have a date how old this house is?
The entire property was redeveloped in 2008.
So the house is 2008. Yeah, it's a funky looking house.
And that was a ground up, we're sure it was a ground up and not a renovation.
Oh, yeah, that's not, that's.
Just for the record.
The
Just for
house
the
on
record.
Pulaski Street didn't
Well,
look
we
like that.
even to do this front garage, we had to push the side yard in a foot to meet current zoning. It was at 14 and now it's going to be at 15. So that's that red dash there on the side.
Okay. So what you're just taking us through what we're really looking at here is that you are tearing off the porch in the front, making that a garage, and
Yes.
That's for the main house.
That's
the main
for the
house,
main
and then
house.
then the pool house.
And then we have the pool house, which is, again, recreating the old one, but toning it down, taking off the fake dormers. There is a pergola there that spans much longer than the pool house, and now we're just going to confine it to the door and to work better with the pool with
The materials are all matching existing?
Yeah, I mean, we're even gonna try to reuse some pieces. We might try to reuse windows, but not looking to do much.
I think it's well
And
described. It
any,
sort of declutters the
are there
property.
any
Sorry.
forward-facing light fixtures? And what are those? Are they the two fixtures facing the street, dark sky
So there
compliant?
are two, yes, they'll definitely be dark sky compliant. They're about 6 by 16, so they're going to keep them as small as we can, just to light the walkway.
Okay.
Can even put them on a dimmer, but they're not meant to like blind, they're just very ambient light.
Okay, board members? I do have one question before we start. Alex? Are you looking at this ground plan?
Yes, I can see the screen.
I do not believe this ground passes code.
But with the parking?
Yes,
There
because
was a
you'd have to
permit
move,
for it.
you would have to move more than one car to get the third car out.
There's a permit for the parking.
There's a permit for this. But I
Yep.
would still, by code, if I have to move more than one car to get this car out.
There's a permit for the parking.
What's that mean?
There's a permit for the front parking, Susan.
I'm not talking about the front, I'm talking about the rear.
What about it?
There's a car here.
Right.
If I want to get that car out, I have to move two cars. Village code
So-
does not allow that.
I mean, right now, the detached garage in the back, you would have to move anyway. And there would be less parking because we only have the front.
Hold on a second.
Car,
Yeah.
car, street.
Right.
So if I want to get that car out, I gotta move
Right.
two cars. Isn't that
Oh,
illegal
wait a
stack
minute, wait a
cars?
minute, That happens with every, in my
And my
in my
question
house,
is
if
that,
I want-
Alex, did the building department review that and does this meet code?
I'd have to see what was approved with the prior plan. Stacking of three cars would not count towards three parking spaces if they're using that to meet parking requirements.
That's not stacking, Alex.
Okay.
And that's how.
Well,
we
it,
define
but you
stacking.
can't get it out. That's not what we do there.
All right, let's talk about the architecture.
Okay.
Board members.
I think that I think it's unfortunate that it's crammed in there, the garage. I'm not in favor of it.
Jeff, Jane?
Very awkward.
I would agree that it's awkward to begin with, and it's gonna be awkward afterwards, but I don't know where you're
Now,
gonna go with
now.
that.
I mean, I want an attached garage.
We get that,
I
but
don't have an
it's just
attached
jammed
garage.
in there. It just doesn't look right. It's cramming
looks
in
more
this
right than the house.
garage in the front already. And maybe there are more front, we do not usually like facing
All right,
garages.
you know what we'll do, we'll adjourn it, I'll give you photographs of the neighborhood, there's
But
nothing
that,
but front facing.
let's just keep talking about it,
Have you- have
because
my comment.
it is thrown in up against, it looks like you just decided that you want to put a garage there, and without any thought about the front of the house, how it looks, to me. And to me, it is not acceptable.
Okay.
Yeah, if this was a new house coming to us, we would ask that a garage be placed in the rear, and given that one exists, we would normally say, as we have, a detached rear yard garage is a lot better than a front-facing street garage. That doesn't mean that there aren't others on the street, but we're looking at this one, and you've got what I think is a very nice-looking porch right now, and to replace it with a garage is, it's just not as attractive.
My comments.
And takes away from the street view.
Right. If you drive through some of our gentler neighborhoods, we do occasionally have a house that the garage faces forward. The problem with this one is, I agree with you that we prefer them to be in the back of the garages. What they don't have is the 30-foot swing space actually to get it into the house to make it that way. But my only comment would be this, I don't think the actual style and design of this garage door is actually harmonious with the style of the house. I think if it had, a transom window section across the top, there are other garage door designs, I think, that are much more harmonious with this house.
I appreciate that,
That's it. No, I don't know that you have support to have it at all, but
No.
but if we were to figure it out, that's also a garage door that I wouldn't support.
I'm just gonna tell you unequivocally, you can't tell me outside of the historic district that I have to have a detached garage. You have absolutely no site plan authority to do that. Architectural issues aside, you can't tell me you don't want a front-facing garage or put a attached garage. That's a convenience that the village code allows for. This is a woman I'm not going to tell you what her age is, because I'm a gentleman enough, but she wants an attached garage, so she doesn't have to go out into the elements. And you can't tell a person that I mean, I don't even think you can do it, as I said before, in the historic district, but certainly not in the non-historic district. You can't tell somebody you can't have an attached garage. You have to have a detached garage in the back. You have no power to do that. You can
I
tell me what
didn't
it
hear
looks
anyone
like.
say that.
Excuse me?
I didn't hear
actually
any of the
hear
board
anybody
members
say
say
No,
that.
Jeff said
Well, he said
parenthetically,
what we
maybe?
prefer.
I said architecturally,
Okay.
it's more attractive with the front porch as it exists than
But you
a
said
front
if
yard.
it was a new house, we'd ask you to put the garage in the back. That's what you said. You'd ask us to put the
That would
garage
be a
in the back.
preference, yes.
All right, but this is their
And-
new house, so let's talk about this house.
Okay.
I do have a question. Do I have any comments from the public? No. All right.
So adjourn it if you would. I'll do a
Okay.
neighborhood study,
Okay.
and we'll
And
try
also
to make
talk to the building department
Check
just to
it,
make
yeah.
sure. Because in everything that we've seen, this is not code compliant, so. All right, so I accept, motion to accept the applicant's request
how
to
long would you like?
adjourn.
I don't need much.
With any public comments?
Oh, I asked for public
Oh,
comment.
I'm sorry, okay.
I asked for public,
27th.
64 Pulaski, do you want to go to the 27th?
27th.
Okay.
Thank you.
To November 27th, is there a second?
Thank you.
Second.
All in
Right.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks. 27th. When's Thanksgiving?
Now we have 40 John Street.
When's Thanksgiving? It's the weekend. Oh, happy Thanksgiving, Robert.
Happy Thanksgiving.
John.
I always like to hit the holiday.
I
before
know,
we-
okay.
You can go put your scarf back on. We done with you tonight? We walked in like Santa. All right, come on, Lisa. We're back.
Oh my
40 John
God.
Street.
Hello, how are you?
Tired.
Yeah.
Me too. It's been a lot. I feel so weird sitting. I don't, like I'm not.
We can
It's
actually,
a,
if
it's
you
a new
prefer,
trend.
we can move.
I think it's weird because I can't really see the, down there.
Yeah, can't see.
Go ahead, let's just do
Okay, you
it.
could never
But
see down
Sage
there.
is gonna
You
get
could
on the
never see it.
camera,
Could
so
never.
we're
No,
pretty good.
of course
No,
not.
Sage is doing a great job getting one camera. You don't have to sit down. If you pull the mic closer and just aim it more at you, what I'm just paying attention to is the public being able to hear.
It's directional.
Directional.
What she said. You have affidavits in their order, and I asked that.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
Okay. Lisa Zaloga, the architect for Patricia Grunbaum at 40 John Street. And she's actually, I believe, on Zoom. I don't know that she wants to say anything, but she's listening and here to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay.
So this is a pre-existing residence on John Street. It is currently a 4-bedroom house, and it's going to stay a 4-bedroom house. We have created an addition to the rear of the property. It's an odd-shaped property in that it's kind of an L shape. It has a residence currently. It has a pre-existing non-conforming cottage, and it has a swimming pool in the back of the L, if you will. We will be back to you at some point in time to discuss the cottage, but at the moment, we are just here for the addition to the house.
And the pre-existing non-conforming cottage at the back there, that little cottage,
Mhm.
it's still standing?
Mhm.
Yes, I know there was a flood issue there.
There was a flood. I mean,
Yeah.
it did, well, it kind of messed up the floors and
Yeah.
some of the
But it's still
baseboards
there?
and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So,
It's a cute little cottage, by the way. Go ahead.
it's got a big screen porch on it.
I've been in it.
So, you know, the north elevation is the street-facing elevation. It's kind of a 4-square house with a little cute little front porch on it and a little hipped dormer roof on it. That all stays existing. Like I said, the additions are to the rear of the house and stepped back so that the front facade, which is relatively close to the street, will remain exactly as is. And basically, we've added onto the back of the house in the same similar style with the hipped roof. All the materials will stay exactly as they are. Cedar shingles, white trim, you know, mimicking the hipped roof, stepping it down as we project into the backyard. And then we've incorporated a little screened-in porch on the back of the house.
Okay.
So how much,
That-
so you added pretty much, right, in the back? How many square feet?
It kind of looks like you took a little bit of the plan that you did on Elm Street.
A little bit,
as
right?
a little bit of
A little bit,
inspiration,
but a
and
little
moved
bit-
it over here to John Street. That was my
Okay,
first
now,
thought.
let's be careful now.
Well, you're
Much
you're-
smaller house.
Yeah, I know. My friend that works on Foursquares. Go ahead.
Baby version. Yeah, oh, you were asking me what, the GFA or the lot coverage? What were you asking me?
What's the square footage of what you added, or?
The square footage of what I added, the existing gross floor area of the house is about, just shy of 1,500 square feet, and I added about 1,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
a
almost
lot.
doubled it.
But,
And I'm still 400 and some odd square feet under my allowable, including the gross floor area of the cottage,
Mhm.
which I've included in, which I don't know if that was supposed to be included or not, but I
I don't
included
know
in
how
my
it works
GFA.
either, 'cause it's pre-existing.
Yeah, because it doesn't happen very often, so, but I included it just because I know you guys include pool houses and things, so I figured that would count. So I'm actually well under, what would be allowable.
Okay, board members?
I think it looks nice, it's big, but if it's allowable, I have no objection.
Jeff, Jane?
I was just concerned, I think a neighbor wrote in about it.
Yeah, I believe so. I also have, in the file, I also gave
Two
you
other.
Yeah.
three
Yeah.
neighbors of
Yes, I read that also, yes.
which
yes.
are just, I kind of marked, it's, the neighbor to the south and to the east and to the west. But I do believe that the neighbor to the north across the street wrote a letter, with some questions and, but I did think that, one of his comments was that the street facade we did maintain, so I think that was okay. I think it was more, he had other questions, regarding the project.
Okay, so he
Oh,
had a question about the cottage, what's the internal layout of the cottage, but you're not coming, you don't have the
I'm
cottage
not-
in front
yes,
of
I'm
us,
not
but the
before
cottage
you
has not
for
been
that.
torn down, and right now that is not the plan. We
Correct.
don't know the age of that, because I think that may be a historic structure, that little cottage. Because the
yeah,
house itself is like, what, 19?
Yeah, I have I mean, obviously it's not in the historic district, but
No.
it's adjacent, it's fairly close. And I believe that they say that the house was on the 26 and the 32
Yeah.
Sanborn maps.
Yep.
So the house is
Okay.
of age. The addition that is on the back of the house, did you guys go to the property to see it? The addition that's on the back of the house was done in the 80s, and I'm taking that off. It's a flat roof on the back of the house. That looks
We
like
won't,
that. Did
you
you
won't
see
be
it?
faulted for that.
You okay with that?
Yeah, we're okay with that.
Okay, so I'm taking that off and replacing it with what I'm doing.
Are you lifting this house?
No.
Are you doing any work in the basement?
I am building the existing basement.
I'm sorry,
is like
I need to get you
oh,
closer to the
sorry.
mic.
The existing basement is like just under 7 feet, so I am putting a new basement under the addition that will be at a good height. I'm not doing anything under there except for laundry, storage, stuff like that.
Bedrooms, walkouts?
Not at the moment, no. If she wants to
Okay.
do that, that'll be later on, but I'm not
Okay.
planning that now.
Okay.
Lisa, just on the north elevation, the front elevation, I'm trying to get a sense of the addition, the front facade, or at least the front view, gets wider by dint of the addition coming out. How far back is that? I'm trying to, I can see it on the east elevation. It looks
Right.
like it's about, is it 20 feet?
It's about
30 feet?
It's about the bump out is about 15 feet back
Mhm.
behind the face of the house, which is about 10 feet back from the porch, right? So it's from the front, from
Yeah.
that porch line, it's probably
it's
about
like
25 feet back.
25 feet back, yeah.
And it sticks
Right.
out about 4.5 feet, maybe 5 feet.
Okay,
That's how that dimension is.
okay.
Anybody else?
I don't object.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, as long as we're keeping the facade intact in the old house, I'm okay with that.
It's a sweet house. It's a sweet house. It's an original 4-square house. It's a small house. So I think I think in my opinion, the work that you're doing is harmonious to it, and I think you've respected the original structure of what it is, and you'll come back to us and talk to us about the cottage.
Yes, I will.
Any public comment?
Really? Huh. Finally.
Yeah, lucky me.
It's probably the person across.
Yes, I believe so.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hi, Eric Winkler.
Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Eric Winkler. I'm a neighbor. I've been a neighbor for the last 30 years. I know I was listed as opposing. I'm not categorically opposed to the plans. I just think it lacks a lot of details that should be provided before you give a green light. A big issue is the parking. I know the architect mentioned it's a 4-bedroom house now. I'm not sure about that, whether it's 3 or 4, but parking is clearly not adequate in that driveway. It has 2 spots. The 4-bedroom house would require at least 3 parking spots, if I'm not wrong. The cottage itself currently is also, it's a living space. The bedroom has a small kitchen, bathroom, shower, so that actually would make it 5 bedrooms. So I think it's paramount that you address that issue before you approve this alteration. Other concern was the basement. I think you clarified that, although I was a bit getting nervous when you said, well, we don't have any plans for it now, maybe in the future. I think these things need to be on the table now. I think it would be helpful to have some specificity on the materials that are being used. Hopefully it's within the same context as it has today. But you know, it's also misleading on the plans when you say, well, next to the new pool is going to be a cottage. What does that mean? Like, is it a cottage? Is it a pool house? Is there living accommodations there? That obviously would alter or, you know, again, change the requirements for parking spaces. And yeah, I do appreciate from the front, it doesn't change much. I am a little bit surprised. I mean, this L-shaped lot is actually a combination of 2 different lots that were, you know, combined, that you can put such a huge house onto that lot, and the whole block, the whole John Street area, which I think you guys are familiar with because we regularly get requests for renovations, and it's just overwhelming. You know, the street. The houses is one thing, but the parking is a huge issue. Between, you know, I'm across the street. I always have to be very, very careful that I get out of the driveway. Other people who live across the street, both this house and the house next to it, they constantly drive onto my property because they can barely navigate out of their driveway. So I do hope that you, before you consent to this, that you demand for more specificity on the cottage and also the parking situation.
Okay, thank you.
So how many
Appreciate it.
bedrooms are there?
4.
And where's the parking?
I have the existing plans.
It was 4 now and it's staying 4.
Correct.
So it was 4 and it is 4?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
If you want them, I can submit them.
And could you speak to the question about the proposed 1-story cottage that's listed here versus where you are?
So the plan for the future is to potentially take the pre-existing.
Lisa, microphone.
It used to be on the table.
It moves. You can move it to wherever you want it.
The plan for the future is to potentially take that pre-existing non-conforming cottage and relocate it to a conforming location. So that's the ultimate goal. It currently is about 5 feet off the property line, doesn't conform to pyramid law, doesn't conform to any setbacks. So that's what you see on that site plan is what the ultimate goal is. But like I said, I'm not here for that now. So for this conversation, it's just the house.
Not part of the application, fine.
Okay.
And it would be a cottage. It would be relocating that cottage.
Okay. And Alice, can you speak to the parking question because this is a renovation and not a new build?
Yeah, so parking compliance would have been reviewed by the building inspector at the time we took in the application. I understand that they signed off on this, because parking is based on bedroom equivalencies as calculated by the zoning code. If there isn't a change there, there probably wouldn't be a requirement, to provide additional parking.
Okay. Guys, any other questions?
No, but I feel Eric's pain because I have a neighbor across the street that has the proper parking spot but still insists on parking on the
Right.
street.
And we can't control that. So for this property, that's where we are. I'm actually going to move to approve the application for 40 John Street. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
It's worth waiting.
Okay, 88 Prospect Street.
Old Hedge LLC.
88 Prospect Street. Now on your back.
It's you again? Oh, change your clothes at least, come on.
We have affidavits in there.
Okay. Keep me honest.
Another easy one for you.
Says you.
Okay. Lisa Zaloga, I am the architect for Old Hedges LLC. This is super, super, super minor, I think. This house is at 88 Prospect Street. The north elevation, the only change to the north elevation is we would like to add cute little white painted railings on the existing front porch. And we would like to pull the door that goes in next to the garage doors, pull that forward about 2.5 feet so that it comes and is in line with the garage door, because it helps us inside. The roof line doesn't change because the roof line already goes over that little section. So it's really just pulling that door forward. And then on the rear of the house, there's an area that is a lower, a little bit of a lower, I guess it was an addition at some point in time. And both sides of this one room that's kind of one big open space right now has like a 4-foot plate height on both sides, and I want to put a little shed dormer on each side of that so that I can get some head height in that bedroom and a bathroom.
Can you go through the materials?
The materials will all stay exactly the same, and they will, again, white windows, white trim. Like I said, the railing will be painted white, and all the roof line, all the roofing and everything will match existing.
Do you have a tear sheet on the light, the new light?
The lights are all existing.
Oh, it said new.
Where
says
did I say new?
New, under proposed north elevation, page A2, it says new under both light fixtures and existing on the garage door. And it says new on the light fixture by the front
Oh.
door. Your surface fixtures all say new.
They all say new. Yeah, because I think there's a ceiling light there currently. I was matching the light that's on the side of the garage door, which is just a little 60-watt, it looks just like in the picture, it's a little 60-watt wall-hung light fixture with a little angled, with a cap on top.
Okay. Board members.
From my perspective, the dormers and the change add some interesting dimension and break up the simplicity of the house. So I think the positive adds.
Well, those houses have, are tiny and little low rooms, so you can't stand up forever. That's-
Well,
I think they're amazing. I love them. I have no objection.
I have no objection, I was just curious, why are you moving that one window?
Which window? Oh, the window when you
The
come
bathroom
upstairs?
or something.
It says relocated existing window patch wall to match, I was just curious.
Because in plan, so at the top of the stairs, there's kind of just this
Turn.
big open landing. And of course, again, the wall does come down really low, but I'm gonna build in part of a walk-in closet and take advantage of that space. So I'm
Okay,
moving
no
the window
problem,
down.
no problem, just curious.
And I lined it up with the window below.
I see that, I see that.
It didn't before.
Yeah.
Strangely, my only concern is I actually don't love the fact that that front door, that's door next to the garage has come forward and given you a flat facade. Because where you were before, you had a little recess to that door, which gave a little more
Yeah.
undulation across the front. Is there a midpoint there that's not 2 feet? And also, it's a protected door right now. Now it's an unprotected door.
Sure, I mean, I could still recess it back a foot just so you could get that line.
Yeah, and then you might have to move your bathroom door to the other wall, but
Yeah, that's
yeah,
fine. I can do that.
that's the one thing I'd like to see.
Okay, I can do that. Can I mark that up and agree to that?
We can approve it pending receipt of updated drawings.
That'd be great,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any public comment?
You're not the only one, sir.
I second that.
Just saying.
All right, yes, I'm going fast as I can here, people. All right, so I am going to move that we accept the application for 88 Prospect Street pending receipt of updated drawings with the recessed door next to the garage. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Wow.
Okay.
Making me nervous.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
next
yeah.
up is 495 Ox Pasture.
Did we already do that? No.
This is the house that keeps coming back
Yes.
too.
Thanks.
Why would we ever dump?
We have affidavits, they're in order.
I keep getting confused if it's a new house because we keep approving it. It's never been built. All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Good evening, members of the board. Tim Greening, Martin Architects, presenting 495 Ox Pasture. Nick Martin is also joined by Zoom.
Hi there.
Hello. Okay.
Yes. Hi there. Good evening.
Okay.
So are we at the point that they're presenting this as a new application because you made so many changes, it's not an update to existing?
It's an update to existing, so the new is for the accessory structure. So
Okay.
that's the primary reason for this, with an amendment to the previous.
Okay.
The accessory structure wasn't included in our previous application.
Okay, go.
So, to run through, as mentioned, this is primarily about the accessory structure. In the back, what we've done and proposed, what you can see here, is the south facade, which actually faces the principal structure. What we've done here is taken the existing 800 square foot footprint, reduced it to roughly 300 square feet. So here are examples, images of the existing accessory structure pool house that is on the lot. As you can see, painted cedar shingle and cedar hip roof. What we are proposing is, as I mentioned, 300 square feet of accessory structure with pergola elements bounding it. We have taken the previously approved materials for the principal structure, which, just to remind you, was suede Marvin window trims, and we have pre-finished cedar, eastern white cedar, so it's a pre-finished Cape Cod gray that comes in pre-weathered look. The roof material would be red cedar that's allowed to age.
Sorry, that's called suede? What's it called?
The Marvin material is suede, so
Uh-huh.
it's a balance between the the siding and.
And that's what was
and
originally
darker.
approved, right?
This,
It's
everything that
pretty.
I'm presenting was previously
Pretty.
approved.
Okay.
Right. And again, the previously approved plaster finish
Right.
would be our main gable and material. So again, the main idea here is to respect what was previously approved in the principal structure with the accessory structure, materials and all.
Okay.
And moving on to the amendments for the principal structure, what we've done is introduce a skylight into the north gable, north facade, so above our what will be the living room, to gain some more light. If we can see it here, you can see it in the east elevation. Right below that, where that chimney is, off to the left-hand side, so. And so if I go to the rendering, it won't be seen because it's a ridge, what's called a ridge skylight, so it's self-supporting. It goes flush in with the roof system, so the new cedar roof, and so it would be flush and not visible from the yard. What we've then also done on the north facade, if I go back to the elevation, is introduce a little change, a small change to the fenestration in that gable above the door, just again to gain some more light on the north side. The property tends to be a little bit dark. This fenestration is still, I think, 30% less glass than what's in the existing structure. To the left of that, we have introduced ingress and egress through French doors out of what will be the dining room and the kitchen onto a small porch, a small patio. Again, for functional reasons, we've made that change. All of these changes.
Do you have pictures of the approved house?
Yes. We can go to. So that is the previously approved north elevation for comparison.
So you made the windows bigger
Above
above the door?
the door, yes.
So which, that compares,
Wow,
that's the north
a lot
elevation.
bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
no.
about
So-
that.
That's not the front, that's the rear.
Oh,
That's the rear.
Let's go to the
Sorry.
front.
So our front, our south
Show here.
elevation,
Okay.
Tim, can you get them aligned together so that they can see it clearly?
let me see if I can pull that up.
Because I see considerable difference from what was approved. In the
The main
fenestrate.
idea is also about scale in general. It's Nick Martin speaking here. That we found that after the various applications, that we found that the overall scale of geometry wasn't consistent between the different dormers. So we were trying to create a little bit more character, but also we reduced in other areas. So I'll let him show you one versus the other. Go ahead.
Wait, is that, help me out, what are we looking at? Is that
So this
before
is
and after? Or
this is no.
it
This is
approved and-
the north and south elevation of what was previously approved. So I can highlight here.
Can you bring up the other?
Yeah,
photos?
I'm trying to see if.
So
Yep.
I'm seeing a significant difference.
So,
I mean, one of the things we're sensitive to is how long we went through getting the approved
Yeah.
house done here.
No, understood. And
And now it looks like you're also asking to recolor the house differently with dark panels.
no,
In the plaster color?
no, it's the
Okay.
same. It's the same plaster. All materials are remaining the same.
I gotta be honest with you. and Frank. Given all the things that we went through, I need to see what was approved on top, what's being proposed on the bottom. I need to see a tear sheet on all materials. I need to see samples. I just, at this hour, and after all the things we've gone through, I have to see direct comparisons.
Okay.
And I would agree. I would actually agree with that, because honestly, if you're coming in with this as a new proposal, what you didn't give us to compare was the approved proposal. And we have board members that were not on the board when we went through months with you before. So I think it's actually unfair not to give comparison materials.
So the material, excuse me, so all the materials are the same as the original?
No, I'm talking about elevations.
Yeah,
because
Tim, can you just do a quick screenshot of each? And
no, you can't, because the materials needed to be provided with both approved and then changes, and you didn't do that. And at this hour, and I'm not going to blame it on the hour, I'm going to blame it on, for all we went through with this house for months and months, I think you owed it to the board to say, this is what was approved and this is the changes we're considering, and you didn't. What you brought me is the changes you wanted to have. And I don't think that's fair.
Understood. I mean,
You're
we
expecting us to do
highlighted
the-
them, but
you're-
I
yeah,
understand
no,
what
you're
you're,
expecting
no,
us
I
to do
understand
work
what
to
you're
go through the
asking.
old files of the
Can
village
you
and
just
break
pull
it
up
out.
the existing below the proposed? I think it's just a matter of doing
No,
it.
I think you've heard from the board that they're going to want to see it, that are not pulled up on the screen. They're going to see it to compare, to make notes, to do this properly. So I'm actually going to request, at the chairman's request, that we adjourn this until November 27th, so you can bring in proper materials.
And I'd like to add that the new accessory building, that the trellis is really overpowering the structure.
So do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any other, can I ask for any other comments?
Could you go ahead and just tell them the height of this trellis? It's a very modest.
You know what? No.
done.
Do we have a second? All in favor?
I can't ask for
No,
additional
because
comments
materials
on the
aren't proper.
accessory
We're
structure.
going to look at it as we're going to look as a total project. So, all in favor?
Aye.
You have to come back with the right materials. All right, next up, 31 Foster Crossing. Hello.
Representing Wendaman.
Can you turn one of the mics so it's facing you?
Sorry.
Okay.
I should know that by now.
No one does. I say it all the time.
I sat here all night. Okay, so what she wants to do is just in the north elevation, north side of the house, just do a 24 by 14 feet screened-in porch.
And there's a porch there already,
No, there's nothing there, no.
so it sticks out from the house that's there.
No, it would be in line with the existing, there is an existing covered porch there, so we're
That's
just
what I
bringing it,
Isn't that what I just said?
no, no, you-
Oh, okay.
oh,
pretty much.
sorry.
Just stop.
Is there an existing porch that you're,
No problem.
is there an
Sorry?
existing porch that
But
you're,
we're on
is there an
stage.
existing covered porch that you're screening in, or is
No,
is an outdoor
no,
porch?
no, there's a,
So
there's
there
a
i-
different, next to it, there's a covered porch. So we're building a screen porch next to it,
Next to the covered porch?
correct.
You want to take us through the materials, the style of the windows,
Yeah,
just
we
take us
just,
quickly through the elevation.
we're just mimicking what's in the house at the moment. Shingles with asphalt roof and then screened, just regular screens with painted white.
With what? With painted what?
White.
Okay. Board members.
I heard this. Well,
I have no objections.
Okay. Jane? Susan?
I don't know. Architecturally jammed in there with a balcony on one side, and another porch on the other. I don't know. But it's in the back.
It's in the north side, yeah, it's in the rear.
I don't know. I'd like to hear what everyone has to say first.
My only objection is in the patterns you've chosen, the actual patterns you've chosen for the screening panels seem contemporary to the rest of the house to me. Other, because you've got, these are all screen doors, I get it.
Correct.
But there's, they seem to stand out as a little too contemporary against the rest of the house.
I mean, we can adjust them.
Okay.
You need more divisions?
I think you would need more divisions. It's just that suddenly you have sort of a
Okay.
contemporary fenestration of your screens compared to the fenestration of the house is what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Okay. So if you want to just take a swing at giving us a different screen pattern, that would be
Okay.
great.
Do we have a view of the front of the house? To compare this back?
Supposed to have a photograph of it.
There were in the Dropbox. Or Jeff, any
I
other
mean, we're
comment?
not touching the front, so.
No, I understand, I just wanted to
Oh.
when we're
Here
talking
it is.
about
Yeah,
the
here it
doors
is.
in
Yeah.
the back
There,
being
that's
modern,
that
I
page
wanted to
after
see
the
what the
website.
front of the house
Okay.
looked like to compare it. That's,
Okay, you're right.
Okay.
I understand you're not changing.
There's,
It looks like this.
we have some
That's
photos
what I
of the
think
house,
screens
existing
are.
house in the front. There's a lot of trees, I couldn't really,
Yeah.
I did what I best I could.
Okay, do I have any comments from the public?
There was a letter on this.
Yes.
Yeah, there was an objection about noise, which is not our business.
So you'd like to adjourn so you can come back with a different
He's-
screening
he's
pattern for us
correct.
to consider. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to move
okay,
we accept the
yeah, I
applicant's
see it now.
request for an adjournment for 31 Foster Crossing. Is
When
there a
do we
second?
come back?
The 27th?
27th of
Yeah.
November?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
After Thanksgiving.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Next up is 50 Hildreth
Thank you so
Street.
much.
Thank you, my friend. Next up is 50 Hildreth Street. 50 Hildreth Street for driveway gates.
Duca? No? Oh, yeah.
Hello.
Michael Marin, Free Southampton Fence and Gate for 50 Hildreth Street.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, sir.
Michael
Could you
Marin
speak up?
for East Hampton Fence and Gate for 50 Hildreth Street.
Okay.
Hi.
I think you just need to put the mic a little bit higher.
Okay.
Yeah,
Things like that.
yeah,
Okay.
it's directional.
So we've submitted plans for it's a simple manual driveway gate. You have the drawing?
No, you have the drawing.
Oh,
Put it on the
that's-
table, present it to us. We've went through this before. You have to come present with your materials to show us. Set it on the table so they can pick it up for camera, facing us.
There we go.
Okay?
Can you pick that up, Sage?
This was an existing gate, correct?
It was an existing gate, apparently it was taken down. There was a transaction, property transaction, I guess it never got approved way back when. So they took it down, they stored it by the side of the house, and I guess it's been there for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And now they want to reinstall it.
Okay.
It's cedar painted white. And it's going to be manual. And that's about it. There's not much to
Okay.
it.
So here's my question. Talk to me about your landscape plan, because the only survey I have is this one. Is this the one that you have submitted? Because the issue with this,
Yes.
the issue with this gate from the beginning has been it was 15 feet off the street and 18 is code. So right now, all
but
the
that drawing is labeled 20 feet off the street.
yes, but right now I have a garage in the center of a driveway that doesn't attach to anything. So what I want to see is a landscape plan to show me how the vegetation or the fencing attaches to this gate. Because what you have right now is a gate floating halfway through the middle of a driveway. So
No,
visually,
that's not true at all.
well, that's what you've shown me. So if you'd like to come back with a survey that shows where the fencing will go with a landscape plan, that we understand what this will look like from the street, then we can consider it.
Well, the location of the gate is clearly labeled on the survey.
Yes, and it's floating in the middle of the driveway with nothing attached to it.
Yeah, but surveys don't show landscaping.
Yes, they do. They show fencing, and you
There-
have none
there-
here.
There is none.
Well,
What are
then
you
you need,
attaching
what are you
with
attaching? Right now, right now, you're
What
just
is the
skating
gate
around this with
attached
a
to?
skirt.
Here's a picture of the gate from the real estate photo.
Yeah, but they
Right.
don't exist. They're gone.
That gate was
Yeah.
taken out because it didn't meet code. So right now, you've moved it back 18 or 20 feet.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Please don't put words in my mouth.
Okay, finish.
So this gate in this photo is approximately, 16 feet off the street.
Not even, I measured it, but go ahead.
Well, it's not there, so I don't know how you could have measured it accurately, but
Because I
the,
can't, but go ahead.
there's plenty of landscaping on both sides of this, for gosh,
But there's no,
50,
there's
50 feet.
help me out here, people.
There's-
We're
there's-
talking about, how is the gate held up?
Well, it's held up by posts, but the question is what attaches
Just
to it.
like this, there's 2 posts.
Well,
Yeah, but
Just like a
we're- the-
typical gate.
I mean, if he's proposing it at 20 feet, that's code compliant.
Right. But
That's
it's-
what he needs to build.
But I also have the right to understand how it will look from the street, what will change in the landscaping plan for it.
Okay.
We're not proposing to change any landscaping. There's an elaborate amount of landscaping on both sides of this driveway, starting from this photograph, at least 30 foot back towards the house. There's a very thick amount of landscaping on both sides of the driveway. I don't see any need to add any landscaping.
So, behind, just put that picture back up, Mike,
sure.
Michael. So behind where the gates are now, there's shrubbery, right?
Yeah, I would
Guys,
say,
we've seen the property, so there's shrubbery behind where those gates, forget about those, make those gates invisible. There's shrubbery behind them. And if he's just gonna move them back
say 10
so
feet.
long as 10 feet, and I don't see what more we need to know beyond that.
They're
There's a generous
float-
amount
they're
of
flo-
landscaping there on both sides.
There is, but the generous amount of landscaping stops at about 16 feet. So you're gonna have a driveway gate with nothing around it.
That's not true.
That's okay.
That's not true. That's
But
not
it
true.
doesn't
20
seem to- it doesn't
20
seem to
feet off
bother the
st-
rest of you,
That
so-
is not true. 20
All right.
feet off the street is approximately, see how these gates are open?
Uh-huh.
Where those gates open to, the end of the white paint,
Mm-hmm.
that's about 20 feet from the edge of the street. So those gates are gonna
It's
go
not
just maybe
I
8 or 10
I
feet
understand
further
what Mark
back.
is saying, that we don't have a visual right now. We just have a gate that was there, that's no longer there, and we don't know exactly where it's going.
Well, it's going halfway down that
Well, if you
driveway,
do-
just floating down that driveway.
Mhm.
But
It's not
doesn't-
going beyond the
doesn't bother you?
landscaping, not even close.
As
It's
long as
going
it's
right
clear
in the
on the
thick of the
plan,
landscape.
and it's gonna be 20 feet off the street, I'm thinking of a gate on White Street. Do you know, when you come on Cooper's Farm and you get to the T where on White Street in
Yes,
Cooper's?
yes, yes.
And then there's a property, I forget the fellow's name, Robert or something
Yeah,
like that.
way in the back, yeah.
In the back.
Yeah.
And he's got a gate that's 20-plus feet, 30 feet, and it's sort of floating there, but it's not on the street. So I
Can
guess,
you- can you drive
I
around
think
it?
of it in that context, I don't know, do you?
I'm thinking that there's a lot of hedging around that area.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not thinking that it's floating.
Well, and I'm assuming there's gonna be hedging here too. But
There
maybe,
already exists substantial hedging on both sides, but the hedging is out by the road.
Yes.
This gate is
Well, what
gonna
are
go a
those
little bit
plants
further.
on either side of the driveway? What are those plants? It's hard to tell.
It's a
from the
whole
picture.
mix of viburnum and hydrangea, and there are 2 enormous cryptomeria that are on either side of there. You can see the bottom branches. There are 2 50-foot cryptomeria that just, take up an enormous amount of space there. And then underneath the cryptomeria, there's a whole collection of shade plants for the most part. I mean, the cryptomeria must be 20-inch caliber. They're massive.
What doesn't bother you?
Not really, not if he's gonna put it 20
Susan,
feet
does it
off.
bother you?
Not really.
Okay, Jane, does it
The
bother you?
The columns are gonna be in the thick of that 6-foot-high planting of viburnum.
They're not, because I've measured the property, but it doesn't seem to bother the other people here.
I'd actually like to, because I know this is not a very big piece of property,
Yep.
I would like to see what realistically is happening here, not just like, I'm gonna move it however far, because we don't know how far, because we're just surmising. So I do tend to agree with Mark.
So would you like us to put it to a vote, or would you like to adjourn and come back and show us a plan? Because the, you can see in your, you can see in your, you can see in your plan where you've shown
I
the,
think the simple of site visit,
you've seen where the grade is?
We were there.
Yeah, we were there. The
What
grade
grade?
is, the grade that you show marked on your plan, the driveway, the grade cover, you can see it there in your photograph, and you're 10 feet beyond that, where there's no plants.
But maybe a site
no,
visit,
you're
maybe a site visit
completely,
makes sense.
you're completely incorrect. I don't know where you're surmising this from, but it
I'm
doesn't.
surmising because I walked it and measured it. But, all right. What would you like us to do? We can either adjourn it or we can take a vote.
It's not a very complicated one.
This is 50 right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the hedge line is about 12 feet off the property.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
another
you go-
20, and another 10 feet back
Where
is
there's no
22.
plants is where the driveway
Oh, I
is.
see.
No,
Yeah,
the
like the-
plants go at least 40, 50 feet back, at least.
40 or 50 feet back, I
That's
don't.
crazy.
Yeah.
But what would you like us to do? Would you like us to adjourn it? So would you
Well,
site inspect, or would you like us
Or
to
Mike
vote?
said maybe walk the property. I mean,
Just to walk the property, it's,
Okay.
it couldn't be simpler. I mean, that's.
All right, so
I'm
I'm going, are there any comments from the public? We are going to adjourn, I move we adjourn 50 Hildreth Street at the client's requested and have the building department schedule a site visit. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. 134 Murray Lane.
Yeah, if you see, the house is 106 feet.
We know.
So the house is 125 feet off the road.
I know where the
Right,
house is. The question is where the fence gate is.
all right, you know,
Okay, well, the
Michael,
record's
we'll have
closed,
we'll have
so
coffee
let's move on.
Okay, we're
at the
moving on.
house.
Next,
We'll
next
we'll
and
see
last.
that. Whoop.
Are you all right?
Was it the wire?
Okay.
Okay, state your name, please.
Mark Cirillo, Autogate Systems.
Mark, I'm going to make this pretty fast for you. Did you look at the building, our building guidelines for transparency?
Yes.
You have none. You have a louvered gate that when I look to it from the front, there's no transparency.
The slats are 1 inch apart.
When I look at it
Spacing.
this way, and when I look at it from the front, it does not make 40% transparency.
So the slats are 1 1/8 thick.
I understand that, but when I look at the gate, head on, not up, head on, the way you built the gate, there's not 40% transparency there. So they do not match the guidelines that we've established. So rather than go through this, I can tell you you're not going to get a positive vote on because they don't match our guidelines. So what would you like? You can present them, or you can just go fix it and come back, but they don't meet our guidelines. And you probably should have been informed of that, but they don't.
Why not, I propose this.
Okay?
The angle of those slats are at 50 or 55 degrees. What if we brought those slats to a more
You
horizontal?
do whatever you need to do, but you need to understand that when you come to us with a drawing for approval, it has to meet our
Do you have a picture of this?
I
Yeah.
understand.
yeah.
I understand.
We had another one like this, and it just doesn't meet our policy.
So when Mark comes back, a rendering
So if you
would
want to
help?
tilt them up to where you get 40% transparency head on, fine. If you want to come up with a design, fine. But what you have tonight doesn't match policy, and therefore it's not going to get approved.
And what if it was subject, if approval subject to, like you did earlier tonight, where a drawing was revised? Because
I'm not going to do that with this gate. I need to see a drawing that shows 40% transparency.
Okay.
Because, I mean, it's actually published on the front of the village website what the policy is for gates.
I understand that. You also see the property, you see the gates all around, across the street,
You
next door,
understand what our
both
policy
sides.
is, and we're not going to vote for something that doesn't have the transparency we're looking for. So we'll just cut to the chase.
Very well.
Would you like us to adjourn this to come
We'll
back with
adjourn
drawings?
till when?
The 27th.
Thank you.
Okay. At the client's request, to adjourn,
I didn't
to
do
address
that.
correctly,
Mo-
134
yeah.
Murray Lane to July 27th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
But just to be clear, so when Mark comes
I'm-
back,
I move
know
that
we
we close.
Okay.
Oh,
I-
motion, yeah.
I motion that we close tonight's hearing of the the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I just want to make sure you came back.